Welcome to the Wampasaurus Lair. I'm your host, Wampasaurus. It is Thursday night. Coming to you live from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Hello, Twitch. Hello, YouTube. It is great to be back. We are going to do some Dark Souls 3. Try our best to get a run and get some progress. Maybe a win. We'll see. But yeah, I wanted to take a break today from the Silk Song, mostly because it would give my thumb a little bit of a rest, and just as something else to do. Not sure about tomorrow still. We'll have to kind of play that by ear. I might go to a party. Yeah. Of course, the best place to find out when I am going live, check my socials, check my Discord. I always post there when I'm going live. Yesterday I did some Silk Song. We made some progress. We found a lot of stuff in the Citadel. We got the... what was it called? The Underworks. And there was another place too. I can't remember the name of the other zone. But like two smaller zones that are kind of attached to that. And, you know, we found some things. We're still struggling. Hi, Chozo. It's good to see you. Yeah. I have no expectations about this run. I'm not entirely sure what to, like, expect tonight. Yeah. And I'm not entirely sure about whether or not we do something else or whether or not we run Dark Souls 3 all night. Last time we got about 5.5 hours in. I was like not very satisfied with that, so we tried to do another run and I ended up dying because of a stupid mistake that I made where I was like, oh, I'm gonna skip over the undead bone shard, and then I immediately just ran for it and I just went and grabbed it and it ended up killing me. Because the stupid giant, once again, hit me with a bullshit one of his little spears or arrows or whatever the fuck it is, and it knocked me off. And I died, and I was pretty upset about it, actually. Mostly because it was just a stupid mistake, and I wanted to continue, but at the same time, then I'd wasted like 45 minutes, and I'm just like, you know, I don't want to spend any more time doing this, so we had a shorter stream. It was like 6.5 hours, something like that, so... yep, that's the way it goes sometimes. And since I don't want to spend too much time yapping when I could be gaming, let's just go and get it. Hey himself, hey Shellac, hey Krungo. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Wamposaurus. You're in the Wamposaurus lair. We're a variety streamer from Minneapolis. I am just starting Deathless this very moment. Hi, Booksy. Or do you prefer daisies? Appreciate. Oh, playing some Dave the Diver. I really, really liked that game. That was a lot of fun. Thanks, Shellac. I appreciate it. Everybody, welcome in. I appreciate that. Oh, stream, talk to me. Tell me about things. What'd you get up to in Dave? Yeah, it's a bit of a challenge. I don't know. Some people think it's not. It is, but you know, I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinions. Yeah, it's been rough. I've been trying to do this for a few attempts. We tried sorceries only, and that took us a long time to do. So we're trying pyromancies. I tried strength and doing like a warrior with strength only upgrades. It didn't work too well. I'm gonna have to rethink on what I want to do with that. So just chilling with Dave. Currently in the doing all the mermaid fetch quests, which isn't the best part of the game. Yeah, it wasn't great. I didn't dislike it. I don't know. I think I enjoyed pretty much every part of that game, but I understand it. The fetch quests are kind of annoying, aren't they? I was just so excited for a chill game. I mean, I know that sometimes it doesn't be chill. And certainly there was a boss or two that was a little bit sweaty, although not really. But I generally thought the game was fantastic. Easily a 9 out of 10 for me. Good time. Yeah, welcome in, Raiders. It's good to have you. Don't forget, if you're new, to click that follow button. We are just getting going with our little pyromancies run. Hope you guys enjoy it. You beat DS3 for the first time a couple of weeks ago. How did that go? What kind of build did you do? What kind of weapons did you use? It's pretty fun. I appreciate the raid. Thank you very much. Yeah, make sure you get that after stream self-care too. Get some food, get some rest, whatever you need to do. Try and keep everybody entertained. Big bonks, yeah, it's pretty classic. Vort's hammer. Oh, that's correct. It's the one you get from the first boss. I like that weapon. It's a good weapon. It's good for bonks. That frost, that bonus to the frostbite, giving you a bonus damage every time you hit them after they've been frostbit, is pretty nice. Not gonna lie, but it's a pain in the ass to use comparative to a lot of the other weapons. It's very slow and it's very strength required. Like, I think it's like a 40 strength or something like that. Now that's like 25. $25, 26, 27. 27 strength, I think that would be, in order to wield it with two hands even, but, you know, still. Yeah, I use the Vort hammer. It's okay. Love the DLC bosses. Had a blast with them. Yeah, the, Ashes of Ariandel is okay. I like Freed, but she made me rage the first time I fought her. The Grave Tender, Gravekeeper, whatever his name is with the wolf, can be very sweaty and frustrating. It's not a bad fight, it's just having both characters can be annoying if you don't kill the handler right away. Dealing with him and the wolf at the same time is very pain in the ass. I much prefer the ringed city. I think the ringed city is pretty good, even though there's certain areas, like right away, those angels are just a pain in the ass. But like, you know, the Demon Prince, great fight. Gale, great fight. Oh, that's good. Yeah, if you're not familiar, the rules of this run are I can only use pyromancies, can't use any weapons, can't use any consumables or anything like that either. No throwing bombs, no bullshit like that, no cheats, no nothing. Nope. This is a new game. I'm gonna do New Game Plus. Yeah, you can start with Pyromancy. Oh, and this is my, can I bring that up? Yeah, there we go. There's my guy Charmander. Char! You know, I don't know. I was like, I don't know what to do. I tried doing a couple of like, you know, like, Pyro Nancy and, you know, like Johnny Blaze and stuff like that. And then I was just like bored and I kept dying. So I made Charmander and that's what we've been sticking with mostly for these runs. I don't know. Maybe I'll change it up if I don't get any luck in the next, like, half a dozen runs or so. For now, this is what we're using. It's pretty fun once you get past this initial really, really bad weapon. Or really, really bad spell, I should say. I really don't like the starting spell for the Pyromancer. I think it's kind of trash. If I'm being honest. I think it's pretty dang bad, actually. It's too easy to dodge, it's too slow to cast, it doesn't do enough damage. It does have the added benefit of setting guys on fire, which is handy because it slows them down, but it's not on everybody. And the damage is very underwhelming. Don't you hate when you type in and you try and use the predictive text thing for the emote and it doesn't actually work? There it is. I don't know what you did wrong. It looked right to me, but I don't know. I also knew that it wasn't because there wasn't the actual emote. Good alert now, good luck, thank you very much. Thanks for the raid, appreciate it. Hope you guys have a fun time. Do your thing. Hey, Byron. I'm doing all right, Byron. I am struggling, but here I am. Spilled about a quarter of my food that I made earlier, and I don't have a lot of that to spare. And you've probably heard from the constant deluge of news cycle that a whole bunch of people in America are going to be losing their ability to get food, and I am one of them. Get that. So in 2 days, I will not have the ability to purchase food. I'm really excited about that. Yes. I'm one of the 40 million plus Americans that receive what's called SNAP benefits, Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program funding. Just like me, 80% of which are people who are employed, who are working. Most of us, like myself, full-time and still can't make ends meet. Forgot to sit down again, damn it. I did it again. I keep forgetting to allot my Estus and then I actually sit at the bonfire first to actually get the second potion. I constantly go into the fight with him with only the one potion. It's a giant mistake. Furloughed since the 30th of September. Hang in there. I've been hanging in there for over a year. It's not, but there's no hanging. Yeah. Sorry you're furloughed, Krungo. That sucks. That really, really sucks. I know you know the struggles. I already did that. You're just reading about it now. You found him? That's good. I'm Melancholy. Welcome in. What didn't I sell? I sold everything. Why did I not have enough? It's so weird. I don't understand why it gives variable amounts. I do the exact same thing every fucking time. It should be the exact same amount of souls. And for some reason, it's different from time to time. It doesn't make any sense. That'll be enough. Glad you found your doggo. Dogs are usually worse off than cats. Cats are smart enough, usually, not all of them, but cats are smart enough to be able to hunt for themselves, at least. Dogs are too stupid to figure out what to do most of the time. They try eating garbage and stuff like that, and thankfully they're omnivores and they can survive off of some of the stuff, but a lot of the time it gets them sick, and then the other times they're not actually able to, or smart enough, or, like, understanding enough to like, actually hunt. Right, for food. So a lot of them, you know, do very poorly when they get lost and they're out in the wild. I'm glad your dog's okay. I do not have a pet. I cannot even afford my own life, so why would I want to burden myself, or more importantly, burden a pet just for my companionship with, being my pet when I can't even afford my own shit. I'd love to be, you know, one of these fucking partnered streamers that are making enough money to make it every single month and, you know, have a pet and, you know, show off the pet and, oh, it's cute, and everybody goes, ah, but, you know, I Twitch algorithm hates me. $120 for your cat. You're still gonna burn, motherfucker. Might not be from the dragon, but you're still gonna burn. Thanks for the 3-watch streak, Byron. right? Yeah. Spooky. Yep. Yeah, getting chased around by Jack stressed me the fuck out. I can't imagine in VR. When the FOV is even shittier. Buck Rogers, huh? Curious. Hey, Soy. How you doing, dude? Hmm. I feel like I'd rather have a Buck Rogers TV show. I feel like there's a whole, because there's like a whole bunch of like Buck Rogers content. There's a whole bunch of comics and stories and books and stuff about Buck Rogers. I feel like doing a movie just does it an injustice. It's kind of a shame. I mean, I get it, yeah, movie, but at the same time, I don't really care. What I'd more enjoy is something that was a sci-fi show with, you know, like a serial that was the adventures of Buck Rogers, like the comics, if I'm gonna be honest. And like the books and stuff like that, you know? I don't know. Still, interesting. Good to note. Thank you for sharing. In the butt! Idiot! You're a fucking cheat. I'm gonna hit you 3 times, motherfucker. Cheater. Right, no, I understand. You're just passing along some information. I appreciate that. I'm just telling you how I feel. I think it should be personally, I think it should be a fucking well, I didn't get hit. Wow. Well, right, but that's Flash Gordon. That's not Buck Rogers. They are not in any way, they don't cross over, they're nothing alike. Yes, I loved the Flash Gordon movie from back in the day. It also had Brian Blessed, who's a wonderful English character actor. He's in a lot of Shakespeare. He's the leader of the Hawkmen, if you remember him. The big jolly fellow with the beard. Yeah, he's in a bunch of, if you go and watch any of Kenneth Branagh's 90s Shakespeare, he's a very prominent, bit actor in almost every one of Branagh's, Shakespeare plays, because he's a Shakespeare actor. And so it was an easy fit for, God damn it, stop. Stupid fucking buggy ass game. Well, yeah, Brian Blessed's a very notable English actor that was also in that I always remember. Thanks, Joel. Fucking loser. Fuck you. Burn. Instead, I'll say I'm still on edge this week after the shit that happened on Tuesday, but I think that's pretty normal, and I'm looking forward to unwinding over the weekend. Tuesday? Hey, Big P. I don't remember Tuesday. What was Tuesday? I was only likening it to Buck Rogers because of the inspiration for Star Wars. Fair. Okay. Oh, that's right. Yep, that. Okay. Yeah. I do remember that now. Okay. Yep. And that there was a lot of having to talk with other teachers and sitting down with people. Yeah. I'm sorry. Looking forward to unwinding? Yeah, absolutely. I guess Buck Rogers was at one time a TV series. It was. And it was a comic, yes. And books. Again, like little, you know, like the really short books, like, safe here. Stuff like this. Here's a Midsummer Night's Dream. Speaking of Shakespeare, and it's, you know, an itty bitty version. This is a, who did this? Signet Classic. Well, they used to do like Buck Rogers and, you know, other comic book style. They're almost novellas. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say. Yeah, novellas. Very short novels, you know, 120, 150 pages maybe. Not very dense and stuff like that. And they were like just random stuff like Buck Rogers goes to the moon, Buck Rogers and, you know, the King of the Apes, Buck Rogers, and the King of the Space Pirates and stuff like that. You know, it's stuff like weird stuff like that. You know, they'd have books on it, and it was mostly like stuff from the comics that they turned into novellas so that they could, you know, because I mean, if you think about it, a single cell of a comic book has to convey a lot of information because it's only about 20 pages, 25 pages for one of the comics, right? And you don't exactly get to import tons of actual text or information in those, so sometimes they want to be able to like actually tell the story in text format and let your imagination do the work. And yeah, they used to do that kind of stuff too. And those were some of this. Conan the Barbarian comes to mind, right? Conan was like a bunch of short stories and like stories published in magazines and stuff like that. Like Robert E. Howard, when he was first starting off, would write and get paid by magazines. You know, and same thing with Buck Rogers and the like. They would get paid to write a story or a adventure, and it would get published in the magazine, and it was like 15 pages, something like that, you know, a few thousand words. You motherfucker. I want to kill that guy so bad. Fuck you, you stupid asshole with a hammer. Handsome, swashbuckling, cool. Too cool to lose. Never read any. Yeah, I mean, Buck Rogers is basically the inspiration for like Han Solo. Most any kind of sci-fi action hero that you can think of, including like, you know, like some of the ones you wouldn't think of necessarily. You know, Deckard from Blade Runner, I can almost guarantee was probably inspired by Why are you shooting at me? There's fucking 15 motherfuckers over there, you dickhead. Yeah, keep shooting at me, you asshole, you piece of shit. I also love that the big thing is following me all the way up to the fucking ashes. All the damn way through this whole entire sequence, he is chasing me. Yep, Starbuck from Battlestar. Yeah, exactly. Lots of the sci-fi heroes are very much based after stuff like that, and Buck Rogers is from like the 50s or 60s, something like that. Maybe sooner. He might have been from like the 40s. He might have come out right out of World War II. I can't remember exactly when he started. It was a long time ago. It was a long, long time ago. I seem to remember it being like post-World War II era, like 40s, 50s. Okay, just walk on the fucking air, I guess, right? Yeah, Buzz Lightyear, exactly. You're getting the idea. I mean, let's be clear, the other ones too, like Captain Kirk, and, you know... Oh, I can't even think of his name right now, but the guy from, Babylon 5. Motherfucker, you had to fucking stay down there, you goddamn piece of shit. God, I fucking hate when they chase me like this. It makes me so angry about this game that it fucking just aggroes and just never goes away. Go fuck yourself, you piece of shit. I'm a little angry about this. I don't like when this guy fucking follows me because he just keeps on running at me. He'll back off for a couple of seconds and then he'll like turn around like that and then he'll turn around and run right back at me. Most of the time. I guess he's... Yeah. You can stop listing all the things. It's okay. We're not making a grocery list here. Oh, I would be remiss if I didn't point out that it was even lampooned by Bugs Bunny since they had Duck Dodgers, which is like literally lifting the stories of Buck Rogers from the pages and, you know, making a farce of it. Like, here's this incompetent version of Buck Rogers. If you get a chance to see the movie, it's pretty fun. I enjoyed the old, whatever it was, 70s or 80s Buck Rogers movie that they did. I feel like it was like early 80s. Like 81 or 83 or something like that. I don't remember it, like, you know, ever being released. I remember seeing it when I was a kid, like, years later. Yeah, it's a fun time. Dick. I ain't even gonna talk to you. Fuck off. Get in the fight. I ain't got time for that. Hate fighting this guy as a fucking pyromancer. It's so bad, bro. I do so little damage. 31 damage at a time. Give me a break. Awful. It even inspired other movies. Like Ice Pirates and what was that other one that was about the same time? Ice Pirates and Time Bandits. Yeah, that's stuff that, you know, guys like Ridley Scott and George Lucas, Steven Spielberg, and all those guys, they grew up on that kind of serialized shit from their childhood. Because that was what was on, like, the radio and on TV. Was all that stuff. Well, I just enjoy watching different movies and inspiration for movies. They don't always need to be a masterpiece. No, it's not a masterpiece. It's just fun. It's just schlock fun, but it's good. You know, it's competently made. It's probably aged. It's been a long time since I've seen that movie. Perfectly honest. Like, a long time. Probably 15, 20 years, I'd guess. Maybe more. I don't know. The more I think about it. It's been a while. But that doesn't detract from the quality. I love old movies too. Well, at least the dog didn't charge me immediately this time. That was very worrying and sweaty last time. The dog instantly charged me last time, and then the dog was following me all the way up here. Like, it didn't actually get onto the roof or anything like that, but the dog actually, like, bit at me as I, like, exited that door with the evangelists. Very troubling. Okay. Never seen the Deadpool movies. I still haven't seen Deadpool and Wolverine, actually. I still haven't actually watched that one for no other reason than I just always forget to watch it. Like, literally, I just, you know, I'm like done with stream and I'll just watch streams. I just pop into 2 or 3 streams, you know, including the person, whoever I raid. And, you know, I'll have them on one screen. I'll have a couple other streams on the other screen, and I'll just sit and watch streams. It's like, I always forget to actually watch the movie. Or movies. Or my TV shows. Like, I really want to watch and finish watching Righteous Gemstones, because that's a fucking hilarious show. What was the other one? I still haven't finished watching Obi-Wan Kenobi from the Star Wars stuff. I still haven't watched Andor, or what's the other one? There's still a season of Mando I haven't watched. But yeah, I clearly should, but I always forget, or like, you know, I'll wake up and I'll see what's going on. And there's usually a couple of streams that I want to watch, so I don't like pop on a TV show before I start streaming, like when I'm like doing chores or cooking, because I also don't like not being able to pay attention. Right? I've said this before. I don't like just having something in the background and not, like, I can do that with some streams, but usually I'm paying attention to the streams a lot of the time, and there's times where, especially in the early part of my day, all I want to do is have, like, I don't want to have to focus and necessarily on every single moment. And a lot of the times, if I'm watching a TV show, I will miss a lot of subtleties and a lot of like clues and hints and stuff like that, or miss funny parts. You know, I might hear something, but I don't see them like reacting or, you know, getting into a fight or making the funny face that everybody laughed about or something like that. And it's like, so a lot of the time I'm like, not willing to watch because I feel like I would just be basically skimming through it. Comic book movie fatigue. That's not to say I wouldn't watch Deadpool, but it just fell to the bottom of the list. It also had to do with the quality, right? Like, that's the thing, though. It's like, it wasn't that you had... Let's be completely honest. It's not that you had comic book fatigue. It's that the comic book movies that they started releasing weren't good. Let's be completely honest. They just weren't good. I don't feel bad about saying that. There was... You know, I watched fucking... Ant-Man and the Wasp. It wasn't very good. I watched Immortals. It was fucking bad. I'm gonna be honest, it was pretty bad. The story was shit. The acting was okay, but everything looked very fake. It was very obvious that everything was on a green screen. Ads in 1 minute, guys. Anybody not subscribed or have Twitch Turbo will be hit with 3 minutes of ads in about 50 seconds. So it's like, it's not that they're bad, like bad. It's just that they were kind of vanilla and they're kind of middle of the road. They really moved, like 2008 when Iron Man came out, right? There was no expectations. None. Everybody had no belief that a comic book movie was going to do good anymore, right? The last big comic book movies had flopped or had, you know, come and gone and not really done a lot. And so people were willing to take risks, and there was some really good early Marvel films. And then, you know, they got into the whole Avengers series, and a lot of them were good. Some of them were kind of eh. You know, I mean, the Thor: The Dark World was very, very, I'm gonna say, C- kind of film. And then they got to Endgame and Infinity War and Endgame, and that was kind of like the peak. But then after that, they started putting out these really kind of just boring and bad movies. It was like they were listless, and they didn't know what to do. You know, and then they were trying to like set up Kang with stuff in, you know, Ant-Man, and then, you know, that whole Jonathan Majors bullshit and him with his allegations. And then they dropped him and they dropped the whole storyline, and now they're working on Doctor Doom, and it's like it feels fine, but it also feels like something that it was put together and not necessarily what they had planned. Yeah, it's formulaic. That's yeah. Very middle of the road, very generic, very vanilla kind of stories. They weren't trying to like do anything. And I mean, that's kind of what comic books are a lot of the times anyways. I mean, you can go through like 20 issues of a comic and there's really not a lot going on, right? There is, but there also isn't. Understand? It's like kind of one of those things where there's things happening, there's flashy moments, but there's not really a lot of substance to it. You know, and even recently, there's been some films that have been like only okay. I thought Thunderbolts was okay. I didn't think it was great. I thought it had some cool characters that we finally got to see. I liked the actors, you know, I like Dave Harbour, I like Florence Pugh. I don't know what they were thinking for the dude that was the bad guy in that one. I didn't enjoy him at all. I thought he was like, I'm just gonna say awful. I don't give a shit if anybody disagrees with me. It's my opinion and I'm entitled to it. I think the villain, the quote-unquote villain in that was just I didn't enjoy his acting. I didn't enjoy what he was. I know that he's a big villain in the Marvel-verse and everything like that. I know about him and everything, but I just didn't care. But also, I thought he was just boring. He was fucking boring as shit. I didn't want to, like, half the time he was on the screen, I'm just like, can we get back to the interesting people? Like, this is real talk. I don't care. The guy that they got for that was bad. I do not look forward to seeing him show up in another film, which he will, because he's, like, one of the most powerful beings in the Marvelverse. And they sort of invested in the idea that he's going to be in the next phase of the stories, at least in a couple of them. Which just really disappoints me, because I just, you know, that guy... I don't know. I know it sounds kind of shitty of me to say, but... sometimes they just make bad casting choices, I think. X-Men Apocalypse. Make you go, oh no, I'd been enjoying the soft reboot of X-Men, then that came out. You know, I still haven't seen that one. It got so panned that I just entirely skipped it. I like Oscar Isaac as an actor. I loved him as Poe Dameron. I thought he was fantastic. You know, he's charming, he's got magnetism. He was not the fucking guy that you put as Apocalypse. I'm sorry. Again, bad casting decision. He is a good actor. I do not buy him in the least as fucking Apocalypse. At all. He looked like Ivan Ooze. Go Power Rangers! And it was just so bad. It's just like, and then, you know, I mean, by that point, I cared less about, like, that stuff. I didn't dislike the Days of Future Past stuff. I didn't think it was bad. It just, you know, like, I liked Michael Fassbender as a young Magneto, actually, quite a bit. I want to say that I enjoyed Jennifer Lawrence as Mystique, but she was okay. Let me think. What was his name? The dude that did Beast was good. Nicholas Hoult, he was good. And, trying to think of the other ones. You know, it's just, I don't know. Some of the characters I was just like, eh. But then, yeah, it was like a combination of that and, like that Dark Phoenix saga looked like it was terrible. I didn't even watch that one either, actually. I forgot all about that until just now. I love him and the casting was terrible and just the look of the villain was so bad that's offensive to Ivan Ooze. You're probably right. That probably is offensive to Ivan Ooze. It probably is actually offensive to Ivan Ooze. Which is funny in and of itself. That Ivan Ooze gets more credit than the main bad guy of the Marvel verse. Or one of them, you know, he's like one of the big villains of the Marvel verse, right? Like, also apparently I read that they're not in any way, that James Gunn has zero interest in doing Darkseid for his universe, and I thought that was a real shame because they ruined, well, not ruined, but because of the way that it was handled in the Snack Zider, the Snack Zider films, that they didn't want to do him, and I thought that was a real shame because he's such a wonderful villain. Eternals, that's what I said. I said Immortals. Eternals was what I meant. Yeah, that was the one that I said, like, you could tell every single thing in that movie was green screened, like the graphics and the quality that they did with that were just trash. I didn't really enjoy the story. I thought that all of the there was a few characters that kind of seemed like they had chemistry, but a lot of them, it just felt like it was kind of, you know, forcibly glued together as opposed to it being like natural. I don't know, Eternals just was really bad. One of the worst films I'd seen in a long time, and I watched the whole fucking thing. Like, I watched the entire movie just to make sure that I didn't miss something cool in the last 20 minutes, and it was just like, eh. Yeah, but yeah, Age of Apocalypse got panned, never saw. Yeah. The later Days of Future Past stuff was kind of like, eh. You know, I had very little interest in seeing what was going on. Oh, what's his name? James McAvoy did an admirable, not a great job, an admirable job as Professor X. I still think they could have got somebody else and done something better. He's good. He's not a bad actor, but I don't know. Honestly, after seeing James Gunn's Superman, I would have liked Nicholas Hoult to be Professor X. Non-Johnny kind of panned audiences for hating the film. I was kind of... Sorry, dude, it may not be your fault, but you were in a bad film. 100%. 100%. That is absolutely accurate. I'd say it to his face. It was a fucking bad film. Like, when they were in that forest and they were fighting, like, these, like, whatever they were, like, black slime big cat monsters, I was just like, who fucking cares? Stop it. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. There's absolutely no impact. There's absolutely nothing at stake. Because everything looks so bullshit and so fake that I don't care. And also you're fighting against these like amorphous monsters that you haven't set up at all in other films. You can't just introduce these weird alien like slime monsters or whatever the fuck they were and expect anybody to care. It was the same problem that they had when they did the Skrulls. When they did the Skrulls in Captain Marvel, I also thought that was really bad because it wasn't set up. Nobody gives a shit about the Skrulls if you're a you know, like a generic fan. Nobody knows who they are. Nobody has any interest in them. You had to have like introduced them like months ago, films ago. And there was absolutely nothing about the Skrulls until all of a sudden they were just in Captain Marvel, and you're just like, oh, okay. We've decided to make Skrulls a thing. And, you know, I mean, I already know all about the Skrulls and everything, but it's just fucking wrong, man. I don't know. Yeah, I think they did bad job for Phase 4, I think it was what it was called. I thought there was a lot of bad movies in that entire sequence. Okay, so let's run to the Road of Sacrifices now that we got that out of the way. But that's the thing, that's what I was saying. It felt like it was glued together. It's like, yeah, individual performances were okay. I didn't think he was doing a bad job acting. I also didn't think he was doing a great job acting, I'm gonna be honest. But again, there was no chemistry between the characters. It didn't feel like they were, you know, in relationships or that they gave a shit about each other for thousands of years and stuff like that. And I know you can't do that, like, you can't portray somebody that's known somebody for 1,000 years. I get that, but at the same time, it's like, there was just some chemistry missing. Like, it needed, like, them to spend, like, some time together, like, months before the filming to really, like, become friends so that you could feel that in the movie. Instead of just, like, this forced bullshit. You know, and then they had Kit Harington as the random, like, normal dude, and it's like, I don't give a shit about you, Jon Snow. Reminds me of DS2, lots of things glued together. I just kind of wanted an excuse to shit on DS2. Congratulations, you did it. You managed to wedge that one in there. They also set to make out 10 films rather than just going out to make one good movie. Yeah, never try and, like, plan out ahead. When they made Iron Man, they didn't know that they were going to get a Marvel franchise. Yeah, originally, like, Slane was supposed to be the villain in the second movie. It was supposed to be Mandarin in the first movie. And he just didn't know how to do it, and he didn't know what to do with it. Because, of course, you know, Iron Man's big villain is fucking the Mandarin. And then they got to Iron Man 3, and they completely took a shit on that character, and I still hate them for that. And I would still give Jon Favreau, who I like a lot of his stuff, and I have been watching Jon Favreau since the movie PCU back in the 90s. I'm a giant Jon Favreau fan, have been since then, right? Him as Gutter made me laugh. Like, that used to be like me and my friends sit around and smoke weed and giggle for the 13th time at fucking that movie, right? We watch that movie constantly. But yeah, Iron Man 3, big pile of shit. One of the worst fucking end plots in the entire history of everything, in my opinion, too. Like, the whole notion that he was just some actor, and then at the end, when they go and they pull out, like, 40-something Iron Man suits, it's like, why didn't you do that in the first 10 minutes of the movie? You've completely blown up every kind of credibility that you've built up in this film by he could have just pressed one button and ended the whole thing. But the audience is supposed to be like, oh, Pog, look at all those Iron Man suits at the end of the film, like it's supposed to be some big climax, and it was just shit. It was just like, it was literally the Deus Ex Machina bullshit, you know, like, oh yeah, I can just press this button and have a whole army of Iron Man suits show up and win. then why didn't you do that at the beginning? And then have a real story? You didn't know who the Mandarin was? I'm a big Mandarin fan. Do I still have a Mandarin? I wonder if I still have a Mandarin figure. I don't doubt that I do. I got a whole box of I used to be into Marvel Hero Clicks. There's a little tabletop game where you get like little figures and you click down their dials, right? And they all have stats, and then you roll dice and you compare them. You can have fights between the Hulk and Wolverine, or, you know, the X-Men versus, you know, even the Justice League, because they had them in, like, it was DC and Marvel and comic images and all that stuff. So there was hero clicks across the spectrum of comic franchises. And I had a lot of really rare ones. I sold a bunch of them to get my D&D books and Pathfinder books back in the day, because the quality really went to shit. The glue that they used on the little dials and on the little whatever you want to call it, the paper that held all the stats, it would seep into the paper and would ruin the stat line so that you couldn't actually look at it. And it was literally just it was no different than this. The little Darth Nihilus figure for Star Wars. This is the right way to do it, by the way, is to just make a figure and then put a card, rather than trying to sort out the stats on the actual figure. It was just badly implemented. Oops, I had 40 Iron Man suits just laying around, you know. They're so good at hiding anyways. Oh no, anyway, yeah, this is like, I don't fucking get it, man. Why did you do that? It was so dumb. Like, one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in a film, where I was just like, I mean, it was serious eye roll material when I was like, it was just fucking stupid. And I don't know if that was his choice or if that was like a whole, all your base are belong to us. I don't know. It just felt dumb. Boop, 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 boop. Bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. And yeah, I'm not trying to be mean. Just like, I don't know. It felt... There was a lot of really, you know... There's a lot of really bad phase formula. There were some good ones, too. There still was some good ones. The Spider-Man ones, I enjoyed. Jake Gyllenhaal as Mysterio in Far From Home. And I really liked the Multiverse of Madness, the Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. I forgot to do the fucking spell. Bad. We'll make it work. Multiple Iron Mans and stuff, but they had already done that. They already had Rhodey, right? I actually have. I should go find that. I wonder if I have that easily accessible. I have the issue where Iron Man, like, where War Machine essentially was born, where Rhodey put on the Iron Man suit when Tony got put out of commission. And so Rhodey put on the Iron Man suit, and then, you know, later that turns into War Machine when he makes a suit, or gives a suit, rather, one of the suits to Rhodey for the express purpose of that. But yeah, there was don't you love when the fucking dogs cheat? Okay. I like that it's one-shotting them because I upped the pyromancy flame. That's smart. That's good. They wanted to put that in the MCU, so they invented extra suits. But I'm saying they already had a couple. They already had ones in 2. They had like, he had like 3 or 4 suits at that point, you know, because he had the briefcase one. Remember right at the beginning of the of Iron Man 2 when Whiplash attacks and Happy Hogan like slides him the briefcase and he puts that on. That's a completely different Iron Man suit. That's a Mark whatever. There was already like 4 or 5 Iron Man suits that they had like done by Iron Man 2. They didn't really need to get into that. I don't think. I thought it was kind of a dumb thing. I don't know. I thought it was not very well implemented. But yeah, I don't know. I think they definitely dropped the ball on the superhero franchises. I completely forgot about that. Awkward. But yeah, I know, and then they really wanted to get Pepper in there because they wanted to give Pepper her, because she had an Iron Man suit and she was, what was it, medic? I can't remember her actual, like, quote unquote, like, nickname, you know, because War Machine for Rhodey, but then, like, she was called something like medic, I can't even remember. Boop, 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 bump. Oh, another good one that they actually did during the Phase 4 stuff. Shang-Chi, that was a fun fucking film. So it's like, it's not all bad. There are plenty of instances within their stuff that they did prior or after Endgame that was still fun. I think Shang-Chi was after that. Yeah, it had to have been. It was like not all bad stuff. There was definitely some fun and good films, but that's the thing. It's like, I don't think it's fatigue. I just think it was just, they were just doing bad movies. I think they were too far spread. I think they did too many... What am I doing? Why am I trying to do this? I have no ability to do this right now. Trying to do shit that I shouldn't be trying to do. Let's go fight this guy. Had a lot of fun with lots of their movies, but there was a notable drop for me, yeah. Defined within all major franchises, I tend to like the spin-offs where they let a creative person just do what they want as opposed to the main features that are more heavily controlled. Yeah, that's part of it. I think they had too many fingers in too many pots. They were trying too hard to like spread everything everywhere and have all the franchises. And there was too many... Not too many... Yeah, there was too many, like, projects and too few good writers and directors doing those films and those projects, right? Where it was like... I fucking hate using this goddamn spell. It's so trash. I fucking hate using this fucking spell. It's the easiest thing in the world to dodge. It doesn't do enough damage. It's just such a bad starting thing for your character if you play. Like, this is one of the trashest fucking starting kits that you get, in my opinion. It's really, really annoying to start off as a pyromancer, especially if you're doing only pyromancies, I think. That first spell is just so bad. The Great Combustion's only so good, too, because you don't necessarily want to be really close with the enemies. Because, of course, you have very few hit points a lot of the time, being a wizard. When you get close to them, half the time you end up getting squishered. And to an extent, you're kind of right with the spin-offs. It depends, because that's the thing, is like, if they do, like you're saying, where they have creative control with some of their talent, then sometimes that will lead to exactly what you're talking about, having good story, because there's not too many fingers in the pie. There's not too many people telling, you know, like, the whole movie by committee thing that seems to have happened to a lot of the Marvel shit. It's why I think right now, for now at least, you know, James Gunn's fucking Superman was good. Why? Because it wasn't a whole bunch of people doing that. It was James Gunn doing that, right? As soon as you start branching out into all these other films that they potentially are going to get into, that's when it starts to get to be the enshittification of it. And then you're just like, Star Wars stuff, and how the best stuff is always the stuff that's meant to be less important than the main stuff. For example, Rogue One, Andor, as opposed to all the mainline film. Yeah, the sequels definitely suffered from a change of direction. You know, whatever story they were going to try and do with Rian Johnson, and whatever Rian Johnson decided to do when he scrapped the entire storyline, just totally ruined the sequels. I mean, I didn't like 2 very much, and I actually didn't like 3 very much. I thought it was better than 2. Or 9 was better than 8. But there was still some really, like, bad decisions and, like, shitty stuff in episode 9 also. Overcomplicated. And just bad. It was just cringe. There was some cringe shit in some of the sequels, too. Like, genuinely cringe, where I was just like, shut the fuck up. Or Soy's favorite line in the sequels, somehow Palpatine returned. I think that's got to be Soy's favorite line, right? Episode 8 was the best, if the 3, if only because they actually tried to do something as opposed to a nostalgia fest in 7 and whatever 9 was. But here's the problem, Soy. This is why I'm going to disagree with you on that. It literally threw several of the characters under the bus what they established in 7 and just completely shit on them. For example, I thought Finn was completely shit-canned and sidelined in episode 8. I thought it was an absolute mistake. You had this amazing character, this really good story that 7 was, right? And then you completely turned him into absolutely nothing. Yeah, like, Finn should have been, like Like, Finn should have been the new Luke Skywalker, right? I'm completely okay with that. He should have been like Luke Skywalker or like some variation of a Jedi and everything like that. And they completely shit on his story. They kind of put him into the background and stuff like that. I thought it was really cringe. That's part of the cringe thing that I'm talking about. It's like you have this main character, right? He is the first character really that you meet. It's like you meet Finn and you meet Rey. The characters that you meet at the beginning of a film are the characters that you focus on the whole fucking time, okay? This is filmmaking 101 for you guys, okay? So everybody's invested in Finn. And then episode 8 comes up, and what is he in, like 20 minutes of the fucking film? Doing side shit? Who cares? No, 8 was trash. 8 was one of the worst movies I've ever seen. You're both wrong. You both have no idea what you're talking about. The storytelling was absolutely trash when you compare it to what you were trying to establish. If you're telling a story, you don't suddenly take a left turn. You're taking a trip. I live in Minneapolis. We're driving down to Dallas, okay? It's a straight southern shot. You don't suddenly drive all the way over to fucking Virginia to make it to fucking Texas, and that's what happened. They literally took a left turn and decided, let's go completely somewhere else when you're telling this story. It's like somebody that literally has dementia that decides to tell an entirely different story in the middle of your main story. You have this whole story, right? But then somebody takes a giant fucking magic marker and writes like out that part and then kind of writes in the margins, but this is my story on the side. It's like, no, too fucking bad. Tell this story. It doesn't matter if you don't like it, Rian Johnson. Tell the fucking story. Your job as a director is to take the material and turn it into a cohesive thought so that the audience can follow along. And when you change that entirely, it doesn't make any sense. I don't think so. I don't know, man. I thought so many of the parts of the film, I was literally doing like this. I was literally doing like that when I was watching episode 8, sitting in the theater. Probably informs feeling about 8 the most. I hated episode 7 for being such an obvious nostalgia fest that I welcomed a different direction. Yes, 100%. Episode 7 was basically A New Hope, but with new people, right? It followed a very similar, but that's the thing, okay? I want you to understand something. I want you to understand something very implicitly, Soy Fiesta. Okay? Episode 4, 5, and 6, the ones that we all love, that we're all like, oh my gosh, A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. They were all written with a program that is the most generic kind of like fill in the blanks storytelling. George Lucas didn't do anything groundbreaking, okay? He didn't tell a story that was like anything. He literally, the first film, A New Hope, is the allegory of the cave, okay? The allegory of the cave is the idea that you live in this cave and the outside world is dark and spooky and everybody tells you that it's dark and spooky and full of monsters, right? But you haven't actually ever been outside. And so you stay in your cave, and it's the same thing. The Matrix is also the allegory of the cave. It's one of the most famous stories that has been told, okay? And so it's not anything new or different. It wasn't like George Lucas went and did something groundbreaking. So, like, we can't sit there and hold sacred the idea that A New Hope was some groundbreaking film that shouldn't ever be replicated. So all J.J. Abrams was trying to do was trying to get everybody into that Star Wars feel again, and so he did nostalgia. He just basically redid A New Hope. I'm okay with that. But then what your next film should be is Return of the Jedi. Or, Empire Strikes Back, right? And they didn't really do that. I don't know. I felt like it was stupid. Because again, he was trying to be fucking edgy and cool when all you have to do is fucking hand us fucking steak and potatoes, and instead he's trying to fucking, you know, construct some gastro bullshit, you know? Here's my 7-course microgreens tour through Italy. Yes, you can, because everybody does it. Go and watch any film, Soy Fiesta, and I can point to you and say, here's the movie that they did the exact same thing. But that's the thing. You're kind of coded into this idea that there is anything new under the sun. There isn't. There's no new stories. They literally put a different scene behind you, behind the actors, and they dress them up in different costumes, and they tell you the same story over and over and over and over and over again. Okay? There are only like 5 or 6 stories in the entire universe that we ever do. They use different words, and instead of it being on Andor, it's on fucking, you know, Pluto, or it's in space or something like that, but it's still the same story, and that's the point, is that you didn't have to try and retell the Bible. It's already a classic. You already know what's going on. That's what makes people happy and gives them their happy moods, is because they already know what's going on. All of the Star Wars films are popcorn, B budget rank popcorn films. They weren't anything groundbreaking. Same thing with Indiana Jones. Everybody fucking loves the original Indiana Jones movies. They're B movies. They're nothing more than like old radio episodes of Alan Quatermain. It's the same thing. The novelty of A New Hope is not the story, but the adaptation of a common story into an awesome sci-fi universe. Episode 7 is the same story and also in the same universe. See, I think where they faltered was, well, first of all, let me be completely clear. They did the wrong story for the follow-up to episodes 4, 5, and 6. The follow-up story that they should have been told about 10 years after Return of the Jedi, and it should have had Carrie Fisher and Mark Hamill and hopefully, you know, Harrison Ford, although I don't think he would have come back after 10 years, probably, unless they did do what they did in episode 7, which was kill off Han Solo, right? They already had a good story that was already written by Timothy Zahn, right? That followed up on what was taking place, and instead they had to come up with something similar but new. But not new. You know what I mean? It's still the same story as we just discussed. I don't know. I personally think that they had something, and it doesn't matter that it's like it's supposed to tap into your nostalgia. It's supposed to remind you what Star Wars is. It's fun, it's silly, it's a bit, there's some seriousness, there's a bad guy that you can identify with, and also that you know, cheer against whenever things go against them. It's a simple formula. You don't have to fucking, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to tinker too much with it. And because there was this gap in between 7 and 9, it creates a schism where you're looking for something that isn't there because the story got borked. But you're also right. But the thing is that the awesome new sci-fi universe is also still kind of like what we were talking about at the beginning with Byron, which was Buck Rogers and stuff like that, right? It's kind of that same thing, but they added laser swords and there was some new stuff. It was still kind of the same as some of the old Hollywood serials, the old sci-fi stuff that you heard on radio and on TV and stuff. You know, Lost in Space, which is hilarious because Lost in Space is just Swiss Family Robinson, which is a 100-year-old story from before. It's just now, instead of being in a tree or on an island, somehow you're like in a spaceship. I always felt they should hit pause on this piece of timing, episode 1 through 9. They should write a film, no marker relationship to the existing film. That's what I said, actually, and what I was about to go into was I believe the best thing that Star Wars can do is fling the story like 500 or 1,000 years in the future. Get away from every single aspect that is Skywalker, anything that has to do with Solo, anything that has to do with Chewbacca, Darth Vader, Emperor Palpatine. Get the fuck away from any of that stuff. Just stop beating a dead horse. I'm going to write my own sequel trilogy with Blackjack. The best thing that they could do is step away from the entire story, the Skywalker saga. Stop trying. Let me go on another real quick tangent. I am one of the few people that absolutely fucking hated Luke Skywalker showing up in the Mando finale in, what was it, season 2? Fucking despised that. Because of that exact point. Because you're, again, trying to itch that little part of your brain that's like, remember Luke Skywalker, oh boy! And it was so Deus Ex Machina. Rather than them solving their problems and getting out of that situation, they literally just had, oh look, Super Jedi shows up and wins the day! Superman shows up and saves everyone! It's literally Superman showing up and saving everybody because he's invulnerable. It's Luke Skywalker and everybody's like, oh my god! And it's so fucking cringe. I fucking hated that finale. That's why I haven't watched Mando, by the way. Is because of that. Because Luke Skywalker showed up and saved fucking everybody. It's a fucking horrible decision. I am not wrong. Anybody that sat there and said that, oh my gosh, Luke Skywalker, oh boy, is wrong. %100% wrong. Stupidest fucking move in Star Wars. I don't even care. More so than Rian Johnson as fucking the director of episode 8 and changing the script and everything like that. Luke Skywalker showing up at the end of Mando season 2 is absolutely a fucking just a gross miscalculation on their part. I'm mildly, like I had said already, that there wasn't a need for that show. I enjoy what they did. I've seen like 3 or 4 of the episodes out of 6. I can't remember which. It's either 3 or 4. It's not a story you need to tell. It's also the reason why I didn't enjoy them coming out with the Solo movie. Okay, we don't need to know what happened to Obi-Wan between the moment when he hands off Luke and Leia as infant toddlers to Bail Organa and to Owen and Beru, okay? We don't need to know what happened in those 20 years in between that stuff. We also really don't need to know about Han Solo's story before Han Solo shows up in A New Hope. And here's why. Han Solo is literally the man with no name from Sergio Leone's Fistful of Dollars, Good, Bad, and the Ugly, and For a Few Dollars More. Those 3 stories, that's literally what Han Solo is. He is the man out of nowhere, okay? He is a man with no past. Nobody knows who Han Solo is. He's a mysterious stranger that shows up. He's got this checkered past and everything like that. He's kind of dangerous. He's not supposed to have a story. He's supposed to show up. He's supposed to save the folks. And then theoretically, just like in movies like Shane, if you've ever seen Shane, or if you've ever seen some of those other like cowboy movies, because Han Solo is literally a cowboy, okay? He's a cowboy from the 1950s fucking TV and movies. He is meant to show up, and die dramatically saving everyone. He's not supposed to have a story. You're not supposed to know about it. Maybe he tells you one story from the past that kind of darkens your thoughts about what he did in the past. You know, he makes some off comment that you're like, did he just admit to being a Corellian Imperial pilot at one point in his life? That's all you need, okay? That's all you need. And then they go and they make a story about it, and it's like, stop it. You're ruining the mystique of the character. It's the same problem that I had with the Boba Fett story. Stop doing that. It's stupid. You're trying to build this kind of mystique around these characters. They don't need it. Do some other fucking asshole. You're just trying to beat on that. Hey, you remember Boba Fett? You know, trying to get that 20% of people that will go and watch something on name recognition alone. It's so fucking cringe. The only saga movie I need to in my life is the House of Cards style political drama of Palpatine seizing power in the Republic Senate, as George Lucas always wanted. What happened in the 10 minutes that Luke Skywalker was in the bathroom on Cloud City? They should just do something original. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's stupid that the stuff that they kind of cater to. Why am I doing that? Why did I go after that fucking... I don't even know what I'm doing. On my way, dickhead. Yeah, I don't know. I think the best thing is still, yeah, like I said, just get away from everything Skywalker, get away from the entire story that you have done. You still have this great universe that you've created, as we pointed out, that everybody's excited for, that everybody still likes. Everybody still likes the laser swords and the fun times with that and shit, and that's fine. I'm in favor of that, really, I am. But at the same time, when you keep on trying to base it all on this idea of Luke Skywalker coming to save the day, and here's Princess Leia, you know, and here's, hey, you guys remember Obi-Wan? Isn't Obi-Wan fun? It's like, yeah, I liked Obi-Wan. I liked him when he was Alec Guinness and when it was in the 70s movies, right? And political factions, and I'll call you a liar. I don't know. I'm so jaded about politics the last 10 years and the stupidity of everybody in politics that I don't know that I really would want to. Also, we could just watch like something like actual House of Cards or Severance or whatever the other one was. Power, I think it was called. You know, any one of those movies about, like, people in political office and with businesses, etc. Ancient Sith story? No, you can't do that. Here's why. You can't actually do the Ancient Sith because there's already nerds that have established stuff from, like, KOTOR, from Knights of the Old Republic. It's already set in stone what they expect, and so there's going to be those cringe motherfuckers that show up and is like, Darth Nihilus would have blah blah blah. Oh yeah, Exar Kun is a force spirit that existed 4,000 years ago. You should have used him. No, shut the fuck up. Not you, but them. I mean, it's like, I don't want to fucking deal with that bullshit. That's completely wrong. No, you can't do that because there's stuff like that. Now, admittedly, there is some stuff in the future stuff too, but I think it is more compartmentalized. So that you can get away with it a little bit better. But I absolutely think that the stuff from, like, the Old Republic shit would be just absolutely put on blast by all of the idiots that want Knights of the Old Republic shit. And it'd just be, like, so stupid. But I mean, that's the thing. I mean, how far back can you go before it's literally just like the most, I don't know. What do you do then if it's not the old Republic? Is it like some, like the first Force user? Is that the story you're telling? I don't know. I don't know that works. Maybe. But I say just go into the future, because the future is not set. You can, it's a blank canvas. There hasn't been lots of stories written about it. There's been like the Yuzon Vong, right? And they're pretty cool because they're immune to the Force and stuff like that, but you don't have to use them. There's so much more that you can do in the future as opposed to what you can do in the past, because the past always leads up to the story that you've already told, whereas the future is, everything is prelude, and that doesn't matter. There was battles between the Republic and the Rebels. There was battles with the Imperium and all that stuff. All of that is in the past. We have Death Stars and Star Destroyers and lightsabers, yes, and go with that. There are Chewbacca's, and there are Wickets, and there are Bib Fortunas, and all of these fun little aliens that we have created, and you have tons of stories that you can tell with all of those things in the future. That has nothing to do. It's literally infinite. Yes, the future is literally infinite. Whereas, again, something in the past has an endpoint of the Republic, the Imperial Senate, Emperor Palpatine, Luke Skywalker, and everybody's expecting it to somehow fucking tie into Luke Skywalker or to fucking Emperor Palpatine, and I don't want that. Because I promise you, the internet jockeys will find a way to argue and yell about the fact that they didn't include. If you went 7 seasons in the show and you didn't include stuff about the Imperial Senate or about the old Republic and about like the old Mandalorian Empire or something like that, everybody would be like, why didn't they do this? It's tough. It's tough. It's a great. By the way, I love this. I love this debate and this conversation. I really do. This is fun. So don't think that I'm like poo-pooing ideas or anything like that. Except for when you talk about how 8 is great. I completely disagree, and you're wrong. But you know, aside from that, I think maybe you guys have some nostalgia for that one for some reason. I just fucking, I hated 8. I really did. I didn't like how it disjoined the entire story. You had this story. I don't care that it's the same story. To me, it was fine. I was like, okay, fine. You're gonna tell New Hope again. Okay, yeah, I'm with that. You know, fine, sure. I didn't agree with it. Don't get me wrong. I thought it was kind of dumb that they even did that. I'm like, so you're literally telling A New Hope. Okay, fine. My suspension of disbelief engaged, and I'm like, okay, so this is just, you know, John Boyega as fucking Luke Skywalker, and, you know, or maybe Rey is Luke Skywalker, and, you know, Finn is like, I don't even know, like Obi-Wan or something like that, or some other, you know, Jedi, whoever you want to say. Trigon, it unfortunately will become another multiverse. Maybe. Hi, Trigon. Been a while. Good to see you. How you been? Lore guy's trying to link things that don't exist and setting expectations for fan that will be disappointed. That's exactly what'll happen. If you said it in the past, all you're gonna do is set up all of these armchair jockeys that want to have an opinion, and I'm one of them. Keep in mind, I'm sitting in a goddamn chair. I'm not on a set designing Star Wars right now. You know, what do I know about anything? I got books here. What about a multi-galaxy? Just tell a Star Wars story far, far away? The problem is that I don't know that that happens. If you take it out of the galaxy that it currently exists in, which by the way is the Milky Way, don't forget that, you know, technically the Star Wars verse is in our galaxy. If you look at the end of Empire Strikes Back, it's a picture of the Milky Way. I don't know if that was because that's all they had at the time or whatever. But I mean, it's literally just our galaxy. They're just very, very far away that they don't know that we exist, and it also took place like 10,000 whatever years ago, right? A long time ago. I know it says in a galaxy far, far away, but it's literally the Milky Way. I mean, maybe it's not supposed to be, but when you look at the end of Empire, it's literally the Milky Way. So maybe it's like the sister galaxy. I don't know. However that works. I guess you could do it, but at the same time, I kind of feel like the Force exists in that galaxy because of whatever's going on in that galaxy. And if you take that away, suddenly you're taking away that entire charm. And also there's no longer those same aliens. Like, you know, where are the Mon Calamari? It's the midichlorians. I hear that they're the powerhouse of the cell. Rumor has it that they're the powerhouse of the cell. Transfer them to a new galaxy and the Force is spreading now. Oh, I see. Or you could do it like, if you ever saw some of the old films like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, they did it in Creep Show, they did it in Night of the Creeps, where the Blob, right, where there was totally like an outer space visitor, like it being a UFO that crashed, or an alien probe or a capsule that came crashing down into our galaxy, and then that was how the thing spread. Yeah, totally. We could just go with that, right? Turn it into... Have I guys told you what I thought that I think I've told some of you what I thought that the way that the original 1, 2, and 3 should have went? I think you just don't need an anchor. You don't need to anchor a new story in an exact timeline. Things happened here on Earth on the one planet that never were related to each other. Wars were being in Asia while wars were happening in South America when these people didn't even know these people existed. Oh, you're talking about like before we had like the way to like transfer news and immediately, like instantaneously, I know that something's going on in Asia within 10 minutes because somebody's posting it online. I get that. Yeah, I get that. Oh, here comes ads. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take a quick break. We're going to pause. We're going to pause this conversation while I go take a quick 5-10 minute break. The invasion of the body snatchers is too real to life? Maybe. The lizard people, Trigon? The lizard people? For sure. They're coming to eat your brains. All right, you guys know the drill. I'll talk about what I said on episodes 1, 2, and 3 and how I thought they should have done it after the break. We ignore the scientific... Oh, I can't even read that. Explanation given in the prequels. Isn't the Force just supposed to be an ethereal energy connecting all living things, and Jedi are just sensitive to it? So if there's a possibility of another galaxy with life, that galaxy could theoretically have Force control. 100% correct. I was trying to say correct and true at the same time. That's 100% true, but I think it takes away from the gravitas, the kind of the what you have built up is the thing. Because suddenly there aren't Wookiees, there aren't Ewoks, there aren't, like I said, Mon Calamari or Huttese or any of the really fascinating races and people that you've already established, and all of a sudden you have to come up with this completely new thing. And it just wouldn't make any sense to have like lightsabers and Force users and stuff like that in this new galaxy, because you also wouldn't have all of the interesting aliens that interact that know like what a lightsaber is or stuff like that. I don't know. It's tough. It's a tough one. Anyways, when we come back, more Dark Souls 3 and more Star Wars talk and whatever else we come up with. So stay tuned, guys. You guys want words? I can do words if you'd like to do We could do words, I suppose. On stream. I mean, not pick it up, but like activate it. There you go. You can play some words while I'm away for a few minutes. Enjoy the break.
I've replaced your shoelaces with fruit by the foot.
So you did. I replaced your fingers with fruit by the foot.
Bravo. I've replaced your bones with fruit by the foot.
Indeed you have. I replaced your guitar strings with fruit by the foot.
Seems like a step backwards, but alright. I've replaced your DNA with fruit by the foot. That would be end game, my friend.
Fruit by the foot. Fruit-flavored snacks.
Go ahead and lick something. We lick you very much. If you want to lick something, lick us. We love to lick. We lick to love. We're love lickers. Little baby's ice cream. Ice cream.
Oh noes.
Feeling.
This is cool. Hey, I want to check this out. Cool. Hey, can I try that? Hey, hey. You're not my friend.
I'm just kidding with you.
Hey man, who's that weird dude you're talking to, bro?
My friends are here. Oh, cool. So, see you later.
G.I. Joe. Groovy. Come get some.
Who's the one-man war who loves the chicks and knows the score? You got that right. Who is the man who would risk his life to frag an alien? Can you dig it? Who's the cat that won't cop out when there's danger all about? Right on. They say this cat Duke is a bad mother. But I'm talking about Duke. He's got freaks on the run, but no one understands him except his gun. Come get some.
to the game, baby.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Skittles presents Bite Size Horror.
I need your help. I need your help.
What?
I need your help.
All right. Can you quit it?
Turn around.
Okay.
Please. You gotta turn around. I'm sorry.
Damn it.
Hello? Hey.
I need your help.
Spooky. To be continued. It's a good thing there wasn't an enemy or a bad guy or an NPC right there. Okay, we're back. I haven't checked and seen. Hopefully everything's working today. There was some definite technical difficulties with some of the stuff that went on yesterday, including some of the weird business with the alerts being cut off and everything. I think I fixed that. Had something to do with some reason the base canvas was like set wrong. I don't know, it was weird. I'm like, what am I doing wrong? Oh yeah, that's what it is. You want to go do that? I bet I could beat up Treesack very early. Yeah, let's not deviate. I'll mess around. Very sag. I got any herb to smoke? Still not sure. I might go to a party tomorrow. So there might likely not be a stream tomorrow, but there also might be. I might show back up late and then stream at like middle of the night. I think most of you know that I'm not opposed to starting at like 1 a.m. I don't care. Just means that a lot of the morning crew catches the last half of my stream, right? Plus it's the weekend, so late night is not the end of the world. candy. We'll see. Gonna play it by ear. Oh, so my episodes 1, 2, and 3 thing. So my personal opinion, I've said this before once or twice, maybe. At least once. That what they should have done is thrown episode 1 in the garbage. Thrown episode 1 completely in the garbage. Okay? Take it, trash it, throw it away. Take and start episode 1 where episode 2 picked up. The start of the Clone Wars. Right? Episodes 1 and 2 should have been 2 parts and should have been all about the Clone Wars. We don't need to know about Anakin's childhood. You can do all of that storytelling without needing to have a child actor. Without needing to tell a story about this young kid, that how he's going to change the Force. You don't need that, right? We already kind of knew that. They already kind of talked about it. Like what Rian Johnson would do with episode 7. Well, this is the origin stories of Darth Vader, right? We already have a template for what happened. He was a Jedi in the Jedi Order, and he turned to the dark side. I know you're just being a shit, but I'm explaining to you there's a vast difference. There's an ocean of difference. Again, there's already a story that's laid out about Anakin and what happened to him. It's vague, but it's still there, right? There's little bits and pieces you pick up in episodes 4, 5, and 6. So, you already have the story of him. The first things that you hear from Obi-Wan are about the Clone Wars, right? What was my father like? He was the best fighter pilot in the galaxy. And a dear friend, right? You know, and you knew him because he was in the Clone Wars, right? We fought it together in the Clone Wars. Okay, cool. So let's do that. Let's tell the story of Anakin Skywalker. How him and Obi-Wan met in the Clone Wars and how they fought together and became best friends. Fighting against all the things that they were fighting against. Okay? So episode 1 is the start and the build up to the Clone Wars, kind of like what they had in episode 2. Maybe do it a little differently, but not that much. I mean, you can, because you can disclude some of the other bullshit that comes with episode 2 that they were kind of trying to key in from episode 1. Start with the Clone Wars. Episode 1 and 2 are the 2 Clone Wars stories. Okay? By the end of the second movie, you can start to see that the Clone Wars have changed Anakin, and he's starting to become bitter and angry because things are happening in the Clone Wars that cause him stress, grief, anger. People die that he knows, people that he loved, things that happen that poison his mind, right? Now, here's the interesting part, and what I think would have made the first 3 movies very interesting if I would have been in charge. Episode 3 is a slasher film. Literally do the entire episode, like the end of episode 2, right, should be the dissolution of the Old Republic, the Jedi Order. They should have had the Order 66 thing at the end of episode 2. And the fight with Obi-Wan and Anakin should have been in the end of episode 2. It should not have been an hour-long bullshit fight. I thought that was absolutely trash. I thought it was stupid. That's not how real fights go. Go watch a real fight. Real fights take about 2 minutes, if you're lucky. Okay? The idea that these ultra-powerful magic users that can swing around swords that cut through solid steel taking an hour to fight each other, I don't buy into that. I think it's garbage. They could have taken from Return of the Jedi the fight that Luke and Vader had. It was not very long. It was interspersed with other things, and it took about a total of 10 minutes of screen time. Okay? So they could have had the fight with Obi-Wan and Anakin at the end of episode 2, and then the third film is literally Darth Vader hunting down the Jedi. You thought that fight was awesome? Yeah. Well, the end of the third episode should be nothing but Darth Vader hunting Jedi like a slasher film. And Obi-Wan is the final girl, and at the end of the movie is him safely escaping Darth Vader and taking Luke and Leia to their safety places. Just like you have in like Friday the 13th, where the final girl is literally like driving away in the back of the police cruiser. You know, you could have had that same impact where the serial killer, stalker, monster Darth Vader, you escape from him, but at what cost? Everybody around you is dead, and the next 20 years are going to be shit, and everything like that. And you saw what Darth Vader really was. Kind of like at the end of Rogue One. They should have taken that moment from Rogue One. And I came up with this idea before I saw Rogue One. Way before I saw Rogue One. Because I'm a giant horror film fan, and I'm like, Darth Vader's supposed to be the scariest motherfucker in the galaxy, right? The Emperor is scary, but Darth Vader is scarier, right? Because the Emperor is kind of like this other. Darth Vader's very real, he's very hands-on, he's everywhere. He's always on people's mind. He's this horrifying monster that the Emperor sends to solve his problems. But then we'll never learn about the galactic politics and trade wars. Yeah, what an absolute travesty that would be if we didn't learn about fucking 30 minutes of Mr. Plinkett ranting about galactic trade wars, right? And about taxes. Yeah, I think it would have been a really good hard R slasher film. Like an actual horror film that's like gruesome and scary. I think that would have been brilliant. Like genuinely brilliant. Added bonus, if you really want to, added bonus. At some point, maybe even early in the movie, but I kind of leave it to discretion, but you could have put somewhere in the movie, you could have had Anakin and Obi-Wan fight each other for the quote-unquote last time. And it would have been very impactful when it's actually Darth Vader fighting him and not Anakin with like scary emo makeup like he's part of My Chemical Romance. I don't need Anakin with eyeliner to know that he's a bad guy. I need Darth Vader. And Darth Vader wasn't in any of episode 3, and I felt sad about that. The only thing I got from episode 3 of Darth Vader was, "Where's Padme?" No! And that's all I got, and that was so fucking stupid. You're taking her from me! I sort of scrapped it, but there was a time where that moment when he's confronting him at the end of episode 3, right? And, you know, like, Padme's all, like, in distress and everything like that. And they're kind of, like, yelling back and forth at each other right before they get into the big fight and everything. There was a totally a meme video where it was Anakin and Obi-Wan doing that yelling and going back and forth like they do. But every time that it, switches over to Obi-Wan, it plays Sexy Back by Justin Timberlake. It was fucking brilliant. Then you're my enemy. It's such great story writing. Just brilliant, brilliant story writing. They're really setting new grounds. But yeah, I don't know. I think it would have been a good idea to have Episode 3 as a slasher film. I think that would have been really fun, and it would have finally been like Star Wars finally getting away from the idea that it's only for kids or that it's only PG and that it has to be all whatever. It's like, dude, you literally shot a space laser. This is the first film. You shot a space laser and killed billions of people. Billions and billions of people. That video's hilarious. Yeah, it's very good. I thought about having that as an alert. One of my sub alerts. You know, like a gift sub 5-pack or 10-pack or something like that, just because it was funny. And I loved it. Because it's just, you know, the problem is, again, it probably would have got, you know, especially on YouTube, hi YouTube. It probably would have got me bonked every single time on, YouTube. Probably would have gotten me absolutely in trouble on YouTube. Do I think I can take this guy right now? I don't think my stats are going to change much. I guess I could go get other potions first. War crimes are PG. Yeah, it's so good. Yeah. Jesus Christ. I saw the most horrifying stuff. You know, nobody talks about it because it's not quote unquote important to us. But I saw, a story, and it was about the horrors that are going on in Sudan and how you could literally, they had a satellite that was overhead and there were images from villages where there was fighting going on and you could see the blood stains from space. You could see giant pools of blood that had either dried or been cleaned up but were still there. From satellite imagery. They were that distinct and big of, and I was just terrified by that, and we don't even talk about that. And that really bothered me. And it's not entirely our fault. We don't get shown that media stuff because they don't want, they want to, you know, they love making it sound like our country is horrifying and certain regards it is. But we also forget about the fact that in other places there is really seriously fucked up shit going on in other countries that they don't show us. And it all started after Vietnam. They stopped showing like real shit on television and news reporting after Vietnam because of the fucking messed up shit that they would show on that was happening in Vietnam. Largely from our own troops, because of course they didn't want to be part of the problem. And they didn't want to portray us as part of the problem. What am I doing? I was gonna go back to here and get my stats up. My potions. Are we the baddies? Probably. Well, we aren't the baddies. There are people that are the baddies. Don't worry, I know the meme you're referencing. I thought it was really disturbing that they had that, and I saw that, and I was like, pretty horrified. Also because we kind of just take massive war crimes in Sudan as a given, not that it makes it any better. But again, that's kind of like what I'm getting to, is that the media will downplay that stuff. Like, oh yeah, it's a given that, you know, other places are politically war-torn and, you know, look at how great the United States is. We don't have that. Because if we were shown that the people would be outraged and terrified and would be calling their Congress people being like, go take care of that. Trump did dumbass thing as a given, and they keep showing that. Yeah. What am I forgetting, Soy? I mean, besides these two things, but I mean, like, I feel like there's something I'm missing that I'm not doing, or that I skipped. Probably wrong. Probably just getting in my own head because of the previous runs. That's what it was. Like, I know I have some things that I'm missing. That's all tracks. 15 vigor, 18 for the extra stat, the extra attunement slots. We will do poison mist? I don't know, man. I hate putting poison mist on, except for like the 2 or 3 spaces where I need it. It's just such a trash spell to have most of the time. It doesn't really do anything for me, but it's like, what else do I do? This one ruins me and gives me fat rolls. This one's okay. It certainly gives us a little defense, but not a lot. Mostly the attunement slots is about building towards Chaos Bed Vestiges, so that, because it's a 2 slaughter and we need more. So that we're not stuck with 2 spells, we can have 3. Guess I'll do this. I don't know. The only 2 things you need are hand and fire, and you have both of those. Thanks, bud. Okay. I feel better now. I feel reassured. Soy Fiesta reassured me. It's because I don't have the boulder heave yet. I'll get the boulder heave by killing this stupid idiot. Hey. Be when you run out of FP just as you're about to try and kill a demon. Makes you nervous. I was like, he's almost dead though. Could you just do one more? No. No. Oh, it's almost a nice amount of souls. Almost a nice amount of souls. Drink blue Gatorade. Cast more fire out of your hand. There's still a little place in my heart that hates Gatorade. Because of a Gatorade commercial that they show back, I don't even know when it was, like 20 years ago maybe, at one point, and it was all about like the Kansas City Chiefs, the first time they won a Super Bowl back in the 60s or 70s, I guess it was. Was it 60s or 70s? Either way, the team that they were playing against is my Minnesota Vikings, and they attribute at least slightly the Chiefs winning because they had Gatorade on their side. And so every time I hear that, I'm like, fuck you, Gatorade. Real talk. Like, I'll never have a Gatorade sponsorship. Oh, I can't do it because I keep forgetting that I have to kill Treesack first. I don't know why I always do this. I forget that I can't fight, or I can't turn that into Boulder Heave until I go and fight Treesack. I don't know why I get that confused. 100% of NFL champion teams drink Gatorade. That's because Gatorade's the only one that's given because of the sponsor. I mean, I know you're kind of memeing again, but like Powerade doesn't have sponsorships with the NFL, so of course it's only Gatorade. Because they like showing the Gatorade shower from the coaching winning. Why am I going here? Why did I go here? I'll go sit back down. I'm like on autopilot right now. I'm not even paying attention to where I'm going. I'm just like, let's go save Cornix. Even though I have a spell that he taught me. Ugh. Why did I take oh, fuck off. I landed on the fucking cart and took no damage. Falling from the cart to the ground made me take whatever that is, like 10% of my damage. What a bunch of bullshit. Fuck you, game. That's some horse apples right there, man. Man. That's some bullshit. Don't you like how there's supposedly supposed to be like how the NFL is completely, and the NBA and every other sports league was completely okay with partnering with all these fucking sports betting sites now that they've done certain oh, there it is. I wasn't even fucking able to. How did he hit me twice in a row? Fuck off. Did you see that shit? That guy fucking. Well, apparently I'm not winning. That guy hit me twice in a row, like almost instantly. What a bunch of bullshit. Start again. That looks like a good tan fucking bodybuilder type. Never understood why the nose gets so narrow like that. Should we give him the faux hawk? I think we should give him the faux hawk. Should we give him the faux hawk, or we should give him the fucking helmet hair? Sport leagues were happy to take all the money from people who can't stop gambling and then go... when they can't stop their players from gambling? Yeah. Yeah. That's why I wish we'd stop being so engaged in sports ball. I'm gonna be honest. No, I'm actually gonna leave him clean shave. Hydrate? Okay, try again. Okay. Thank you for the hydrate. Wouldn't be right to be called sizzle chest if we wasn't bare chested at all times, right? God, look at his back. It's like a barrel of snakes. Can't contain sizzle chest. No, not at all. First time I heard somebody called somebody sizzle chest was actually X-Men Children of the Atom, the arcade game. And it was, Havoc. It was Havoc. Scott Summers' secret brother, Havoc. And he makes some offhand comment. I can't remember if it's like, it's your move or nice move, sizzle chest, something like that. Also, it's funny to me, the idea that there's a pyromancer that is like this lean, mean, fucking physical specimen, and he's this pyromancer and not some warrior. Oh, I should have given him I should have given him some stupid fire tattoo on his chest. Like, just to be even more on the nose. So fucking stupid. I should have given him like a fucking sun or like some kind of fire. Something dumb like that. Look at the move! Sizzle chest! Yeah, he used to just bonks, and now he's moved on. He's like, but fire good. Exactly. Yeah, something stupid like that. Exactly, Trigon. Nice try, dickhead. Do it again. Flawless victory. Yeah, it's exactly what I should have put on his chest. Something dumb like that. In black ink, right? Am I the only one that thinks that when people have like an entire solid bar of black as a tattoo on their like arm, that is like one of the dumbest things? Sorry to any of you black band tattoo havers, but I think it's one of the dumbest things I've seen, where it's literally just nothing but black ink as a giant bar. I don't know if it's like a flex, because look at how much money I can spend on my tattoo, because ink takes a lot of money and I'm just throwing... Oh, that was perfect. Y'all know what I'm talking about? You guys have seen those tattoos. I thought of that because of the idea of like putting a stupid fire tattoo on my character when he's a pyromancer and stuff like that. Gotta put a cliche motto on there too. Soul of fire burns, make me stronger. Perfect. Yeah. Something like that. I'm like, I know there's something I'm forgetting already. You know, it's even better. I'm actually going to remember to sit at the bonfire and have 2 flasks because I don't have one right now. So kind of helps that process. But I'm just sitting there and I'm like, I'm going to remember. I'm going to remember. I'm going to remember. Oh, hey, happy Halloween to everybody. I just realized that it is officially, well, I guess not on the West Coast. I guess people like Soy, and of course people like BT in Hawaii, it's not quite Halloween. Here it's 1:30 in the AM and it is officially Halloween. Super excited because today is the last day that I get to have SNAP benefits. I'm very excited for that. Very, very excited about my... I'd much rather have a giant ballroom than food. Why would I want food when I can have a giant White House ballroom, right? Fucking love this fucking Metroid music. I love the fucking whole... I think this is Kraid. If I remember right, this is Kraid's fucking area. And this is why I literally have to make it 2 potions instead of 3 right away, or instead of 1, because this idiot can just dodge around with the greatest of ease on my spell that's supposed to lock on, and otherwise you're supposed to somehow, what, just fucking free ball it? Just fucking throw random directions and hope that it's aimed properly by this exceptionally accurate guidance system that they have established. Did I sell everything already? I think I did. Except for the katana and the rags. Yay! See, I have 100. Last time I had 25, and I had to go and earn up extra souls outside with the hollows that were right outside that you first start at. And this time, I have 190 to spare. On top of being able to level exactly how I wanted to. It's so weird. I wish the game would have consistency. You know, this 10-year-old game, I wish it would have some consistency. I'm sure they're getting right on it. I'm sure they're getting right on it. Why did I choose Pyromancies only? You're gonna aim magic by aiming with the binoculars. That's why DS2 is superior. I mean, that's true. I actually did like that about the game, because you could do some major sniping with that, especially with some of those soul arrow spells. Some of the more powerful ones that had a little bit extra range to them later in the game, you actually could do some sniping. And it actually worked even better if you had the bow, because the bow would put that exactly where that spell was gonna go, right? But you could use the binocs and do the aiming and then cast the spell while the binocs were still equipped. But you could also, like, pull out the bow, right? And you'd kind of aim the bow. This is if you were, you know, obviously had the bow equipped and everything like that. And then it would kind of sight up, and then you would just be where you were. And then get back out of that, but then when you cast the spell, it would be wherever that crosshairs was before. Unfortunately, they were in DS2. And this is the great Soy Fiesta V-Swed schism that caused the Great Rift. So you just couldn't live in the lie that V-Swed has that the DS2 is a superior game? V-Sweat, everyone's good. There's a couple of his people that really like the game. Not just him. There's a couple people over in the community that like the game. I don't hate the game. I just think it, as I've said many times, I just think it's the worst Dark Souls game. I just think of the three, it is the one that is the worst. It is not a slight against it. It's still a perfectly fun game. But it also happens to be, you know, the shittiest one of the three. You know, DS1 had the nostalgia and the joy of first discovery of the game. I thought the interconnectivity of the map was superior to the other two. The way that everything links up and, you know, kind of goes together, I think it's brilliant. But then it also has memorable bosses, certain charm to it, certain areas and certain bad guys that are, you know, a lot of people really enjoy. And then, you know, like this one, it's got like superior controls, it's all cleaned up and polished, it's got all the that was fucked up. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? That was amazing. You know, it feels the most accessible. It's got the best controls. It's got some great bosses. It's got some great areas. It's a little bit more generic in certain parts compared to others. Not as a bad thing, but as just like a point of, you know, it's much more high fantasy, I feel, than the other two were. Infinite gems, using bow to clear running sections, etc. And if you don't do those things, it's a game that feels made specifically to torture the player. There's certainly definitely some sweaty and annoying parts that I don't enjoy. Black Gulch comes to mind. The other area, the gutter. Let me think. Pretty much all of Ivory, well, not all of Ivory King. I actually like the castle part. I just don't like the fight with the Ivory King. I don't like having to run around and find those 5 knights to make the fight fair. I don't like, I'm sorry, hi King, I did see you, and I meant to say hi, but then I got into a conversation with my mod over here. Can you play this game, please? Dark Souls Arch Thrones. I've already told you I'm not going to play that. I've seen it, I didn't have any interest in it. I thought it was kind of bad. I didn't like, I mean, maybe they changed some stuff and modded some things to make it a little bit more interesting, but I actually kind of hated some of the fights that I saw. I thought it was completely unbalanced. I didn't think it was very good. If I'm going to play anything, it's going to be Convergence. I have no interest in playing Arch Thrones. I'm very sorry, but no. I will not be playing that. I mean, unless you want to come over here on Twitch and gift me like 500 subs, then I'll probably say yes. I'm not exaggerating. I don't want to play it for anything less than like an actual, like, a lot of money. Nothing personal. It's just, it didn't look very good or enjoyable to me. Like, I saw the fight that you had with the, like, Phoenix or whatever it is in the one part. You know, because I saw, like, V-Swed, we were talking about V-Swed, me and Soy. I saw V-Swed play it, I think it was. I definitely saw Ain play it, Ain Run. And a couple other people that were big in Souls games, and I didn't enjoy it very much. It looked like there was parts that were very unbalanced, like they weren't very polished. There were certain bosses that were just dumb, you couldn't do much damage to, that were just, like, wrong. Unless you did them specific, very specific ways. I didn't find it, yeah. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I didn't find it very enjoyable. I thought it kind of looked bad. Nothing personal. But that's the way it is. How did you not get hit? You're right next to the fucking things, man. Okay. Is that the one mod V-Swed played that looked extremely ass difficult? Yes. And it had a giant phoenix as a boss and a couple other really cool looking bosses, but they were absolute sweaty and terrible. They didn't look very enjoyable at all. And when Ain and V-Swed are struggling at that, I'm like, yeah, maybe I'll skip it. But yeah, I remember you asking me that before, King, and the answer was no then. It still is. I don't have any reason to play it. It was new and novel at the time. So, like, when it first came out, it was this new novel thing. You know, it would get some interest and some traction and everything like that. But right now, me just playing Arch Thrones isn't going to accomplish me shit probably for my channel. So unless it's like something that's going to financially benefit me, I don't have an interest in playing something that looks unpolished and not particularly great. Maybe you have information about that it's gotten better. And that they changed things over the year. I think it's been like 2 years since that was out. And somebody played it that I've seen. But yeah, it just didn't look particularly fun. I mean, it looked fun, but it also looked like it was unbalanced. And maybe badly, like, bosses, there was bad design for the bosses. But yeah, Ain played that, Soy, and so did Swed. That was one of the first things I actually saw Swed playing when I came to the channel. It was actually that. That was only a couple of months in. Don't be mad, King. I'm just telling you how it is. Trying to be fair and honest with you. I don't want to bullshit you. I don't want to be like, you know, maybe we'll check it out or something like that. I just want to tell you exactly how I feel about it. I remember seeing it and I didn't enjoy it as much as I could. And again, maybe if I had done it when it first came out, it would have been like, okay, you know, this is good for the channel. This will, like, Dark Souls 3 alone, I'm gonna be honest, most nights, King, Dark Souls 3 doesn't do me any favors playing it. It's a very small category at this point. Almost nobody gives a shit about watching Dark Souls. By the way, thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it, watching me play this 10-year-old game, trying to do this little thing. I play this because I know it, and I'm comfortable enough with it. I know that I'd probably get a little bit more traction, although even Elden Ring is now kind of like, eh. Like, people are still wanting, you know, whatever, Night Rain. Elden Ring's kind of fallen off because everybody's already done all the challenges, right? All the stuff that could be done in Elden Ring. I mean, fuck's sake, I watched Ayn Run do a run where he literally was, he wouldn't kill a boss unless he could one-shot it with a pot. He would throw one of the grenades, the hefty pot specifically, but he had it all teched out where he could take one single pot, you know, and he would do enough buffing to his character that he could throw a pot, one pot at a boss and kill them outright. And it's like, so even Elden Ring has kind of had its run. That's also why I'm here, because it's like, it's smaller. It's much more of a, like, there's not as many people running this game now. So it's like, when I play it, I know that I'm near the top of the page in terms of, like, discoverability. Right? So there's probably, like, you know, still, I don't even know. Let's go look. Let's go see exactly how many people are playing Elden Ring currently. Oh, it's actually not too bad. It's actually not too bad, now that I look at it. Only a total of 500 viewers across all of Twitch right now watching. And like, it goes from 100, the top viewership is 120. And the first page is 70 viewers, 26 viewers, and 24 viewers, right? So I mean, there actually is probably a place for it late night with Elden Ring. Maybe we'll play some more Elden Ring sometime soon. But generally speaking, I've seen it where it's like 5,000, 6,000, 10,000 people watching, and there's like 70 or 100 channels. You know, I mean, let's be honest. Most nights I average between 5 and 10 people. I wish that there was a lot more. I wish there was a 0 in front of that or after that number. But, I mean, I can only do so much. I put out the social media posts. You know, I try and hype it up. I try and go into channels and talk about what I'm doing and stuff like that. I know, again, it's a small category that I'm streaming in. You know, a lot of the nights I see Dark Souls 3 and it's like maximum of like 200 people watching. And of that, I might have 10 or 20 of them. So again, I'm in the top 20% at most of the streams. Like, I'm in the first 2 pages or the first 2 or 3 lines of streams, right? So yeah, it's more like, I don't see that there would be any kind of interest, any kind of, like, it would bring eyeballs to the channel by me playing Archthrone's mod. Do you understand? So what I'm currently doing, I'm comfortable with, and it doesn't... Me playing Archthrones doesn't move the needle on what I am trying to accomplish on my Deathless all classes challenge. Me switching up to Archthrones would mean stopping doing this, trying to do that for a couple of weeks, potentially. And yeah, I might get a few friends that watch it. Somebody like you might enjoy it and stuff like that, but I also have to think about what's good for me and my stream, right? Don't get me wrong, I understand that you might not be financially capable of doing something like that, but I have to make it so that it's something that's, if I'm going to do it, it has to be worth my time. You know, and maybe it actually does only take me like 2 or 3 or 4 streams to actually get through it, but at the same time, unless they've fixed things with regards to a couple of the bosses, I don't have much interest in trying to figure out and make that game more accessible and easier to play when I saw a couple of the bosses that just looked terrible. Specifically, that Phoenix, I remember, was complete trash. It stands out so well because I just watched it and I'm just like, wow. What is this? Hope you understand, King. It's nothing against you. In the booty. In the face. In the face. One more time. In the face. Suck it. Idiot. Reed. Yeah. Cost me. Still lived. You can definitely tell that that was very dangerous, not having my fucking chest armor on, though. I'm new to Souls games, so this is all good content for me. Hi, Smiley. Welcome in. Yeah, I mean... yeah, this is, there's not to say that there's not a lot of people that haven't experienced Souls, and this is a great Souls entry game, because again, I think this has the most accessibility in terms of the quality of the game. Like, there's less jank, there's less bullshit that goes on when all of a sudden you're, like, getting shunted by an enemy and pushed off of a cliff. That happens far less in stuff like this, whereas, like, the engine and everything like that in Dark Souls 1 was very crusty. And so there was a lot of bullshit that was going on. Dark Souls 2 had a different team on it, so it was a little bad. I'm just gonna say it, bad. You know, there's different things that made people that were fans of the way that the original Souls worked upset because they took away your iframes. They worked differently and they didn't function the same way. I think this is a very, very fun game and a very good game. I yell and swear at it all the time, but that doesn't mean I don't enjoy it. So yeah, this is new content to you, but there's a lot of people out there on places like YouTube and like on Twitch that have seen this game a lot and have watched a good amount of this game already. So something like that, it doesn't have the novelty to it that like it did when it first, like when Archthrones first dropped, there was a lot of streamers that tried it out. You know, and then when the weeks to follow, the smaller streamers, a few smaller streamers I followed, tried it out and played it and everything like that, and then it just kind of disappeared. Every once in a while, you'll see somebody pop up playing Archthrones or playing Convergence. More Convergence than Archthrones. And that's cool, and maybe I'll do Convergence one day, but right now I just don't see it as, like, anything that I want to do. Because it just kind of slows down this. Like, I'm not doing stuff to make this get done. If I'm doing Archthrones or if I'm even doing Convergence, right? So it's got to be something that... Ha! I'd never been hit by that fucking thing before. That's amazing. Hi, John to Beats. I hope I'm saying that right. Hi, John. Welcome in. How you doing? Hey, guys. Still a classic Twitch emote. Still an absolute classic emote. I still enjoy the hey, guys. I actually have a prototype of the Womp hey, guys, but I never uploaded it. I'd need more space. Like more emote slots to make that one of my emotes. But I do have like a Womp hey guys all done up. It's just I don't have enough emote slots, right? How you doing, John? Are you a already experienced Dark Soulser? Or is this new to you? Also, if me asking a bunch of questions make you nervous, by all means, just keep lurking and enjoying the stream. I'm just chatty. Most days. Some days I take that and turn it on its head because I get kind of quiet. Because I get stuck in my own head. But generally speaking, yeah. You're a noob to this game too? Okay, that's fine. Welcome in. It's good to have you. I love seeing new people that are willing to experience the Dark Souls games. I'm sure people like King do too. Because it means, you know, new friends. Maybe new friends that want to play Archthrones, but that's just not me. You fucking die, you little butthead. I really like this game. I've played it a lot. 1,000 hours. Which is still, like, small potatoes compared to a couple of streamers that I know. You know, I've talked about that. Like, I know V-Sweat has, like, 10,000 or, you know, thousands of hours. I know K-Dub's got, like, 5 or 10,000 hours. Penny. I watch Penny Meowie in the morning. She's probably got 5 or 10,000 hours in this game. Because, I mean, that was all they did for, like, 2, 3, 4 years was they played this game. Like, every day. multiple playthroughs sometimes. God, I watched Quiddy. I'd watch Quiddy go through, like, a single run in, like, 2 hours, right? And then he'd fire up another one with a different, like, meme. Close. But yeah, I play this game because I am good at it. I am comfortable with it. It is a known franchise. And when I stream it, I am not buried by the algorithm. Right? I have enough viewership and enough people that come in to watch this that I am not 4 or 5 pages down the list most of the time. I am somewhere near the top or, you know, very close to or sometimes even at the top of the list. So it's something that I can rely upon as, you know, some people that might be interested in my channel because they're looking for Dark Souls, and here I am. Why do you fucking always throw that goddamn thing at me instead of the fucking 7 dudes that are standing around? It's like there's a whole group of dudes, but he throws it at me for some fucking reason. I don't understand. I never understand that. It's like, here's 5 targets. Let's target the one guy. Why? Body check you. I imagine it's because it's supposed to target me, but at the same time, I see it all the time targeting the enemies, and it makes me curious. Fuck yeah, Zelda. Go. Ba-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. This time I got them both up there. Now I shouldn't have the problem of these 2 idiots. They should theoretically stay up there and not come and harass me when I'm opening these doors. And that is empirically true. See, it's so weird. If you don't get both of them up on that little shelf, then they don't stay there. Weird. How many hours, John? Same thing, Smiley. How many hours you guys got in this game? Don't feel you can't ask me questions if you have questions about the game either. Like if you want to know something, I might be able to answer it. I don't know lore stuff, so don't ask me lore stuff, but like technical aspects or things about the game, like, oh, I can't find this ring, or oh, I don't know how to do this part. I might be able to help you. I've done a lot of this game. I've played it a whole bunch of times. Most of the times it's to failure, so don't think that you're alone. I have more failed runs than I have successful ones, probably, at this point. You do have a certified Souls veteran on your hands right now, so if you have questions, or if you just want to talk about what brought you into Souls and what makes you interested in it, I'd love to hear it too. 27 hours, not bad, okay. So you've played a couple of times, let's say 4 or 5 different sessions maybe? Maybe 4 or 5 times you've picked up the game, played it. That's cool. Man, I love the first times I started playing Souls games. My first Souls game was Demon Souls. About a week, maybe 2 weeks before Dark Souls 1 came out, my buddy brought over Demon Souls, and we sat and I rotted on the game. We got high and we played a lot of Demon Souls, and he was like, the new one's coming out, let's check this one, or, you know, play this one, and because he had already played it. He'd played it, like, you know, a week before me. He was like, hey, I think you'll like this. And at first, I fucking hated the game. I was so annoyed with how hard it was. But then it hooked me, and I was like, oh. And I kept coming back to it, and I kept playing it, and, you know, then I beat the game, and I was like, okay. And Dark Souls came out, and I'm like, yeah, let's do that, you know? So I'm been stuck in ever since, you know? Now I'm struggling with Dancer of the Boreal Val. Oh man, she is a fun fight. She is a good, challenging fight. Most important advice that I can give you is literally treat it like you are in a dance with her, okay? Like she's called the dancer, treat it like a dance. And what you want to do is you want to stay on her, right on her booty. Follow her around on her left butt cheek, okay? So pretend you're tangoing with her and you're, you know, you're leading her around, except she's obviously leading you around. But the point is you want to stay on her left booty cheek. If you're there, you're usually pretty safe. Not always. But that's a good place to start. I feel if you do that, you will at least have a little bit more success. It was a very fun fight, and a very challenging one. I've lost runs to her. Plenty of them. Yeah, get shit on, nerd. God, I hate the damage on this. Oh, right in the dick! Oh, God, I almost died right there. Holy shit. Please don't kill me, Mr. Demon. I need your... Jesus, Jiminy Christmas, what is going on? Why are you hitting me so far away, bro? Kiss my big ass. Hi, Hunter. Stay on her booty. She has cute ass. I mean... Yeah? I don't know. For a lady that's like 4 stories tall, I guess so, yeah. Yes. Womp's a pro? Am I? I don't know. I mean, I guess technically. I guess I am on the internet playing games, and occasionally, every once in a while, somebody gives me a bit of money for it. Am I gonna actually live that? I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna eat this. There. Now maybe I actually survive all this. I don't know if I would have survived the fall when we get up to the point where I have to fall down. So let's drink the Sigbrow immediately, because otherwise I die. And I don't feel like doing all of this shit all over again. I guess I could have just went back to the Road of Sacrifices, rode up the thing, and gone down. I don't know, that was stupid of me. Oh well. Oops. I lost a run just a little while ago, so I'm a little bit down on myself because it was stupid. It was to Tree Sack of all things. He had one of his little minions in phase 1 hit me like twice consecutively back to back, and I wasn't paying good enough attention to my hit points, and so when he hit me the second time I just died and melted, and I was sad and a little frustrated, but I'm okay. How are you doing, Hunter? Thanks for coming by. Who has their costume all figured out for Halloween? Let's see how much damage I take overall and if I would have survived that. I don't think I would have. Between this first fall right here, that much. Oh, I didn't take damage there. Reason I thought I took damage on that one. And then this one, you definitely take damage no matter what you do. Boink. And boink. Yeah, I would have died. I 100% would have died without the Sigbrow there. Interesting. What is my costume? I'm not dressing up. If I go anywhere, I'm gonna go to my friend's place. They're doing like a late Halloween / birthday party for one of my friends, and if I dress up at all, we're all dressing up like him. Just to make fun of him. I mean, in, you know, a friendly kind of way. But if I was gonna dress up at all, it would be to dress up like one of my friends. That was what I was informed that if we were supposed to do that, and I still haven't decided if I just want to stream. And if I stream, I might try and do something very basic, but I really don't have the money to go out and get a costume. So it's like I could either dress up like a pirate, because I already have the pirate costume, or I could do like I did last year, which was a skeleton, because I have my Misfits shirt here. Somewhere. Somewhere. My Misfits shirt. Oh, you can't even see it. Can you see it if I do this? Barely. You can see the skeleton arm. And then like do like a skull paint for my face. You can be like Sonic like Patty. I saw that. It was so stupid looking. I saw that before I hopped online, yeah. Oh yeah. 3.5 hours. I really gotta pee. Let me go pee. That guy is silly. I mean, so am I. I just don't have the money. I don't have the money to be silly. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back, guys. Oh no, I'm muted. How dare I? So what I was saying is, my post on social media was, Cthulhu says, eat the rich. Yeah, I gotcha. I always mute when I stand up so that I can swear and like, you know, if I gotta fucking rip ass or something like that, then I can just rip ass. If I gotta let a fart out, man, you know, sometimes you just gotta fart. Better to be on mute. I think half of them already passed out. Hunter, I appreciate the energy, really I do. Actually, I think half of the people passed out and the other half are probably lurking and doing their own thing. Still dance? Okay. Thank you. Hydrate again? True that, Hunter. At least they're here. Appreciate you guys. Okay, so let's go do the undead settlement and let's go get Mr. Cornix. Yeah, I like this shirt. I got it from Shirtwoot. If you're familiar with Shirtwoot, it's a site where people upload ideas for shirts. And then they have a contest where everybody gets to vote on which one they like. And whichever one wins, they will do a limited run of those shirts and they print them out and they're all very high quality and stuff like that. And, you know, they'll make the shirts. And then you get there's only like, you know, whatever, 500 maybe that they make or something. So it's not like you can get like them for days on end. It's a limited supply, but well, it's not quite a lottery, but you definitely have to be there when the shirt goes live. Excuse me, when the shirt goes live. So I got this one. And you may have seen it before. I think, is it in my... I think I wore it the other day. I wore it the other day. There's another one that I have. It's a mashup of Doctor Who and Adventure Time. The blue one that I wear occasionally. Trigon, you peeking? Hang on. Stranger danger. Hold on. I'll get caught from behind by these two clowns over there. Do an overlay for the parts that you're on for speedrunners. I don't know if you speedrun. I used to. But just to know what part I'm on. See, that's the thing. I don't have a set limit. I mean, it would help me remember things. And I do have that all set up. I have the program, and I used to do speed runs. I tried for a while because I thought that that would be like a good niche for me, because I'm like, oh yeah, I see guys doing speed runs. And then I found out how much I hated doing speed runs, because it makes my anxiety very high. Because you make a couple of mistakes. Now, admittedly, that's the whole point, is you have to try and do it multiple times for a while before you actually get good enough where the speed run starts to look like a speed run, right? But yeah, there was all kinds of times. My best time is like 3 hours and 42 minutes. It's around 3 hours and 3/4. Yeah, I understand. It's like a checklist. So you have like the thing for the checklist. You don't have the timer running. It's literally just the list of all the things, like Sweat does. Hunter, I don't know if you've ever been over on V-Sweats. He doesn't have the timer going, but he has the entire list of all of his bosses that he has to fight and other things that he does. Yeah, I totally get that. Yeah, it's an okay time. It's nothing compared to like some of the speedrunners. Like I was just talking about earlier with like K-Dub could beat the game in like under 2 hours. Right? I think that's an accurate statement. It was around the 2 hour mark. It might be like an hour and a half or an hour and 45 or something like that, but he absolutely hauls on that game. And I mean, he's not even like the fastest of them, right? He's just one of the ones that I watched consistently for a long time. Well, a lot of them aren't. I'm sorry, not all bosses necessarily. It's like, I mean, some of them do that, but it's more like just any percent. And I think some of them, like some of the fast ones, like Josh and like Tricky and stuff like that, I think their times are like under an hour for any percent. Something dumb like that that makes me just sad. When I think about the time that I wasted trying to do speed running, and the best I could do was like 4 hours. More or less. I think it was any percent. I could be wrong. It's been a while since I watched them do that kind of stuff, but... No, they're definitely not hacks. If you want them to do all bosses, they certainly could, and some of them do. I would not call any of the people that I listed there hacks. Even remotely. They're all very good at these games. Some of them even do, like, you know, all bosses. Because there's like categories for everybody, right? There's any percent, there's all bosses, there's hit list, there's, you know, low percent, there's, what do you call it? All bosses, but also DLC. That's bullshit. Why did you hit me there? Fuck you. You weren't even anywhere near my body. And give me that Titanite shard, you shithead. Time and perfection for that is insane. Much respect for these runs. Yeah, it's tough. Definitely tough. Sometimes I wish more of the friends that I'd made that were good at these games cared more about my content. I mean, I know that they'd done it a lot and stuff, but... So many runs and even played myself, but still can't remember. The next boss that we will be fighting will be technically the stray demon on top of Farron Keep. The next real boss that we fight will be Cursed Greatwood. And then we will fight the Abyss Watchers. There's not a lot of bosses in this first little area here. It's kind of a lot of running. I'm gonna go back here and get that spell before I go on to the next parts. I want to get this Great Combustion spell. Oh, what did I do? I can do it at the regular bonfires here, but I always forget to re-equip my new spells. Or to equip my new spell, I should say. Ooh. Isn't there a white knight upon a fiery steed? Thank you for the follow-up. I'm glad you remembered. Damn right. Thank you for the hero. I'm sure that'll get me an audio mute over on the YouTubes. Don't worry, I'm fine with that. If I didn't want it on my stream, I would remove it. It makes me angry that they flag that kind of stuff when it's clearly within fair use. It's just I get tired of arguing with them every damn time. Because I've transformed it. I have made it my own. It is within 15 seconds. It qualifies under all the rules of fair use, and yet it still gets flagged. Yeah, it's such a stupid thing. 100% one of the dumbest things I've seen. It doesn't happen on Twitch, which makes me happy, but since I've started streaming on YouTube, it constantly flags that stuff. Like the Gerudo Valley. Anytime Gerudo Valley from Legend of Zelda pops on, that'll get flagged on YouTube also. Every single time. And if you go watch one of my VODs, you can always tell where Gerudo Valley is because there will be no audio. For like 2 minutes. It's a weird thing. So Twitch has good detection bots, more or less. It still sometimes flags stuff, but like I think they've worked on that in the past several months and year. But YouTube, for some reason, still doesn't have that, and it constantly flags bullshit. And will have things pop up, even though it's like, again, within fair use rules. Like what qualifies as fair use according to everything that I've read about and everything that I've seen about the how fair use is supposed to work. You know, I never make it like the full screen. It's always just a tiny part of the stream, like visually. It used to be a bigger screen than I had before, but I've decided to shrink that down just so it's not like blocking everybody's view, because I kind of started to realize that maybe that's like something that people don't necessarily want, is like it to take up like a third of my screen. You know, some people just want to watch the game and they don't want the interruption of the short circuit redeem popping up. I fucking love it. That's one of my favorite redeems, but you know, I understood it, so I shrank down that and stuff like that. That's well within the fair use limits. It's not supposed to be like your whole screen or half your screen or whatever. But yet still, YouTube is just terrible, and it constantly hits me with audio mutes. Copyright claims, actually. I shouldn't say that it's audio mutes. It's a copyright claim. Which again means if I ever get to the point where I'm actually making money on YouTube, which I'm still not. But if perchance I somehow was making money on YouTube, somebody could come and claim copyright on the fact that I had that Bonnie Tyler song in my VOD and take my monetization and shove it in their pocket. It's very frustrating. And you can't do the same thing that you do on Twitch, where on Twitch, I can go into my tools. At least I haven't figured out a way to do it. I can go into my tools on Twitch and I can click when one of the tracks, if I want a track to be not recorded and saved onto my VOD, I can do that. And it will not play the whatever I have, like if it's within those, if it's part of that track, it doesn't get saved on the VOD and therefore doesn't get audio mutes. You can't do that on YouTube, unfortunately. They don't have those moderation or those kind of tools for streamers to do. To limit what gets saved and what doesn't, so that you don't have those problems. I just wish they'd tell it all to fuck off and who cares. Like, me having that tiny little clip should not mean that you get rights to money on my shit because I have a little 15-second, 12-second sample of your whatever. It doesn't even matter. It's absolutely wild to me that they think that they can reach into your fucking pocketbook and take money out of your pocket when you're not doing anything wrong. It really, really frustrates you at times. %. Yeah, I should be getting paid for that. There's people that don't know what the fuck, you know, Holding Out for a Hero by Bonnie Tyler even is. They're not old enough to remember that song or that time period, right? So they hear that and they're like, yeah, that's really cool. I'm literally giving them free advertising. And that's why I'm in favor of burning the whole fucking system down. Burn it all. Seems to be scamming. Yeah, the worst was for a time I was actually having problems even on Twitch. I think they finally got it through because I actually, like me and several other streamers started yelling at Twitch about it, was constantly, like, when Zelda songs would pop up, right? There was, what people were doing on YouTube was they'd go and they'd literally record, like, something like Gerudo Valley from Zelda, and they wouldn't even, like, sing or put anything on it. They would just have Gerudo Valley, and they would claim copyright on it. And so, like, when my shit got flagged, it would, like, be some random dickhead from middle of nowhere with 34 subscribers over on YouTube that would have copyright claim over my shit, right? And they were, of course, hoping that they could make money off of my product, right? So they literally go find something that's popular, try and use a copyright so that they can bilk money out of other people in the hopes that they make $5 or $10 off of it or whatever it happens to be. You know, some of the big streamers make a lot of money on YouTube videos. And I think enough of us complained that they finally, like, dealt with that somehow, because I haven't had one of those, knock on wood, happen in a long time where I see some stupid idiot from YouTube's name pop up that I've never heard of before, and it's like, you know, this song right here, you know? It doesn't make any sense to me. What was I gonna do? Yeah, it's very frustrating to deal with some of the stuff that you do. You know, it's behind the scenes stuff in terms of, like, being a streamer. Stupid stuff like that, like just having to try and configure things simply so that I don't get some random jerk trying to steal my money because they want to claim that me listening to some video game music, or hell, even like listening to the Rolling Stones, should have any bearing on whether or not I make money on my own stream. Right? That is not why. People don't come here because I'm playing the Rolling Stones Street Fighting Man, right? That might be something that people enjoy, but I shouldn't have to fight and argue with Twitch and its bots about whether or not that qualifies as me taking money from the Rolling Stones. I'm not. I'm listening to a 3-minute song because I enjoy it and because it keeps me entertained. But, yeah. Very frustrating. Very, very frustrating. This song would get flagged a lot before by what I was talking about with the scammer YouTube channels. If I made music or released a video game, I'd want people to use it, whether they make money or not off of it. Yeah, for a while I was jamming out to the Midnight. I don't know if you know who the Midnight is, but they're a synthwave band. And I really like their music, and for the longest time, because the Midnight doesn't really care about that kind of stuff, they don't put copyright claims or anything like that. Really good music. I used to have, like, intermissions that had, like, just music videos of them. And, for some reason, suddenly, it started flagging that for copyright, and so I stopped doing it. But I had, like, a whole, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 music videos that I'd play during AFKs, during BRB sections, that was just, like, you know, the Midnight's music, and it was actually usually like videos like there's a streamer on here. Oh, here comes ads. Is that the 4-hour mark? Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. Late Night Retro. He's a really good retro streamer. He's a Minnesotan too. He did a couple of Midnight songs, and I'd play those and everything like that. It was super awesome. But yeah, they got flagged, so I stopped doing it. Same reason why I took away the Mr. Bean, because every time somebody redeemed the Mr. Bean dance, it would flag the bot, you know, because I was listening to Bruno Mars, apparently. It's really sad. They take away some of the fun. It used to be a lot more fun on Twitch. I wish I was a streamer back then, when they didn't give a shit and nobody ever got sued or anything. It was stupid.
No, 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 no.
Thanks, Dwight. Back in a flash, guys. You know the drill if you've been here before. Don't forget to click that follow button if you haven't already. If you're over on YouTube, that subscribe button. If you're enjoying the content, sure would mean a lot. We're going to pop on our BRB screen. I'll be away for a few minutes, not too terribly long. And when we come back, more Dark Souls 3. In the meantime, enjoy some words on stream. Back in a flash.
Skittles presents Bite-Size Horror.
I need your help. I need your help.
What?
I need your help.
It's got to be 4 letters or more, bud.
Can you quit it?
Turn around.
Okay.
Please. You gotta turn around. I'm sorry.
Hello? Hey.
I need your help.
There, I made it oh so slightly bigger.
fishes. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
Oh man, check out that thing, man.
What do you want to do with it?
Let's launch over it.
Who wants a body massage?
What did he just say to us?
Mr. Body Massage Machine. Gone.
What the hell?
Body massage.
G.I. Joe!
The signal goes out.
An intruder has been spotted at Wayne Manor.
Down in the Batcave Command Center, it's time for Gotham's greatest hero. Batman returns.
Not a bad nest.
Batman makes a crashing entrance and sends the Penguin flying back to his Arctic hideout. Without warning, Batman appears.
Surprise, Penguin!
Pity penguins can't fly. Batman returns. Batcave Command Center and figures sold separately. Some assembly required.
Hello, Mrs. Jensen. You don't have any Snickers in your shopping cart. The neighborhood kids love Snickers on Halloween. Let me help you.
Oh,
I'm only helping. Snickers.
We're definitely going to her house. Shh.
This Halloween, nothing satisfies like Snickers.
Last one there's the penis pump.
That's no fair. You're no
Holy cow, I'm totally going so fast. Oh, fuck!
Punk.
Oh my god, I don't know what to do. What do we do?
Hey, what the fuck are you kids doing on my fucking lawn? And don't look at me when I'm fucking talking to you.
Help
Get
me.
that kid off my ice, you little wankers. Alright, give him the stick. Don't give him the stick.
Do you know my dad?
Oh,
G.I. Joe!
You're out! Oh, shit!
Well, look what we got
Oh, no.
here. That's right, Billy. I'm back, and I want you.
I'm not gonna play. Why not that guy?
Because I already had him. That's right, kids. I already had him.
I don't think so.
Hey, come here and... Yeah.
Okay, I'll play.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, you won.
G.I. Joe!
Mom, Dad, come here, you gotta see this.
G.I. Joe!
What is this? Just look at the door, Johnny. Look.
G.I. Joe!
Speaking of logs, I'm gonna take the Cosby kids down to the river. It's on your sleeve. Get fire on your sleeve. Okay. Alright. Stop.
Истина цанскино ту ёхсатил. Алине айоискешай на ниакило.
You didn't take anything out of our tent, did you?
Jatalai.
Backup! I need backup!
A rookie cop facing unspeakable evil.
There's something really wrong here. These things aren't dying. I just blasted this thing, and it's still alive!
One of the most anticipated games of 1998, Resident Evil 2. If the suspense doesn't kill you, something else will.
Everyone's gonna die!
Okay, we are back. Into the gaming. See how this goes. Yep, time for... Is there a dummy difficulty? I feel like I can't get any easier. I'm terrible. No, actually, there's a tougher difficulty. That's on the normal difficulty. There's also a hard difficulty, which makes it harder. Isn't that exciting? Mamma mia! Pizzeria! Yeah, that's how I feel about it too. Bald! No commands. I don't have very many commands. I do have a few commands, but not a lot of commands. There's a couple I need to delete, like the Zelda-thon ones. Like, there's some of the jank I was talking about, even still with this game, like how I clicked the... Of course, I didn't have it up. I should have that on. Forgot to do that the whole time. Which I did. Oh, cool. I can see my controller when I'm doing stuff. I pressed R3, like that. And the thing decided to spin the camera 180 degrees and basically put me with my back to the enemy. I really hate that. What the fuck is that emote? I remember that meme. Look at that horse shit. Look at how many hit points he has left. Oh. I actually did shave my head today. Like the last thing I did, one of the last things I did for the day. Before I passed out was I shaved my head and took a shower. Gotta do it every once in a while. There's a spot, I have a CPAP because I snore. And so I wear CPAP therapy. And, you got these straps that go across your face, or across your head, not across your face. And one goes along the back of my head, and it constantly is, for some reason, I get like zits and stuff. I probably don't wash it enough, the strap and the device. You know, but there's like, you know, whatever sweat or oil buildup or stuff like that in the thing. Usually it's not too bad, but every once in a while. And so when I shave, sometimes it helps with that too. Look at this stupid fucking zit on the back of my head. Or there was. It's all like dried out and shit now, but... That looks alright. Bow, bow. I don't see a use in learning these spells. Like, this one's okay. I don't hate this one, but I'm not a fan of it either. Why did I go here? I didn't mean to go here. I meant to go to the other one. Oops. Hey, you want to sneak up on me, you fuck? You're no match for Sizzle Chest! Yep, congratulations, you got the spell off, dickhead. Do I have any animals? I would like to. I talked about this right at the beginning of stream. I would really like to, but unfortunately I am financially so strapped that I would be doing a disservice to whatever animal that I owned. Because I could not properly care for it. If something like a vet bill came up where I had to go and take it to the vet for like some kind of emergency, I couldn't afford it, or I would have to not pay my bills. One or the other, and that's not fair. To make the animal suffer from that. Because I am what would be considered the poorest of the poor, just about. I think most people see the Twitch and think that somehow I have a lot more money than I do because so many Twitch streamers do. I'm about as close as you can be to being homeless without being all of this is like smoke and mirrors. This is all from a previous life of when I actually was like working and had financial stability and, you know, was living with somebody and taking care of somebody and had another person with an income that was making this life possible, where I had some disposable income. This is all smoke and mirrors back here. Sometimes I think about just getting rid of that so people don't think that I'm somehow like doing okay. I am not. Not at all. Not even a little bit. I am selling all of my possessions to even make it. Nice. A very rare drop. Pretty cool. I would love to have a little kitty or have a dog again. I don't think I could have a big dog. I don't live in a very big house. It's tiny. So I don't think it would be fair for a big dog to live in such a tiny place. I mean, I could take it outside, but it's a chore when it's fucking 30 below outside in the middle of winter, you know, and you gotta take your dog out and walk it and exercise it when it's a big dog. If you're not doing that, you're also, again, doing a disservice to the animal. Because if you own, like, what I used to have a golden retriever. If I owned a golden retriever in this house, it would be unfair to him because, or her, because there would not be space for it to get enough exercise unless I brought it out every single day. Like I used to do, I would take it on a walk every single day when I lived out in the country. And that was fine, but, you know, and we had a house. This is when I was a young boy. And, then it was fine. We had a regular sized house, you know, you had plenty of space to run around. Well, not plenty, but enough space. And then also I would take him out on walks. Here, I don't feel that that would be fair, so I'd probably have to get a tiny dog or a cat. And I would like that, but, you know, I would need a lot more viewership and subscriber numbers on Twitch to make that happen. That would be really nice. There's times I don't understand it because I feel like I put out a good product. I'm engaging. I'm you know, I'm chatty. I play games that are fun. Yes, I yell and I rage, but actually I think that's more humane and more real than a lot of the streamers that are just absolutely flat and monotone or don't say anything half the time. I think that's fucking boring. It's like, why are you even watching? Just to watch the game? I mean, I get that, but I want to see like how the person is reacting and doing, right? I think it's boring. I've been doing it for 4 years, man. I've seen so many people pass me. I just, you know, I was on fucking break and I was looking through the Twitch list of people that I follow and I see people that started way later than me and they already have so much more viewership than me most every night, and it really pisses me off because I think it's just somehow the Twitch algorithm holds my head underwater. That's what I honestly, genuinely believe after 4 years, because there is no other explanation for it other than that, because it's like, why the fuck do I not get people to come and watch this? I mean, I put on other games too, you know, fun games. It's not only Dark Souls, I play Hollow Knight. Silk Song, you know, recently, you know, we've done spooky games that people enjoy. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I would love to pick somebody's brain that actually knows the ins and outs of the Twitch programs and why I sit at the bottom of the list all the time and never get fucking follows. I don't get raids very often. I do get raids, but like, it's not every night, and I don't get big raids a lot of the time, and I don't understand it. I've done all the things that they asked me to. I followed the streamers. I follow their social. I'm part of their community. I watch their streams. I like their shit. I like their content. I have done everything that I am told that I am supposed to do as a streamer to try and succeed, and none of it works. None of it works, and it pisses me off most of the time. It really actually does frustrate me to no end. Because I'm coming up on my 4-year anniversary. Christmas Eve is my 4 years on Twitch. And I should have 4,000 followers and like 100 people watching me. I mean, I'm going to be completely honest. I think I'm that good. 1,000 times the following that you have, yeah. It doesn't make any sense to me. I think it's largely because on Twitch it seems that a lot of it is luck, and then another part of it is at least that you get support from fellow streamers coming in to support your content too, that enjoy you and that find your content to be interesting, and they continue to support you by raiding in, by bringing their communities by and stuff like that, and you know, and just, I don't know. For everybody that does, I really appreciate each and every one of you. You guys are awesome. You know, we had a raid earlier tonight, and I appreciate himself. I was like, what the fuck was his name? I apologize that I didn't remember off the top of my head. For some reason, I went to Thai Beats, I think it was his name, that I saw earlier, and I'm like, that wasn't the person that raided. Himself. I appreciate the raid, I really do. And especially the people that stick around. Yeah, they're the real ones. Okay, what am I doing? Should we go fight Tree Sack and get him out of the way? I suppose we should do the fair and keep bullshit first, right? Now that we got the spell. And I know I get in my own head and sometimes self-sabotage because I get moody. You know, I suffer from depression. I suffer from anxiety. I see my numbers and it affects me some days and stuff like that. Or, you know, things like get me upset and, you know, they stick with me and I can't shake them for hours at a time. That happens. I mean, I'm real. I'm human. I don't hide it. I'm not good at hiding my emotions most time. It's right there. Some people don't like that. Some people want a robot to play the game. They want something... that is not me, I guess. And I also understand that I kind of have an intimidating look. I have that resting bitch face. Authentic, which a lot of streamers are just fake it to make it. Yeah, and I know that's like some of the advice that you get sometimes is fake it. And I'm just like, I hate that idea. I absolutely detest that idea and reject it wholesale. You know I got the RBF a bit, and I look like I'm going to rip your face off at times. I get that. You see me, I'm bald, I got a beard, I'm very masculine, you know, I don't necessarily come across as, very, you know, I look like I'm a disapproving dad. At times, right? That's just how I look. But, you know, you can't change the way you are. I don't know, I wish I had things that I could do to make this... I mean, there's certain things that I wish I could do. Like, one of the big ones is I really wish I could make a good amount of money one of these months and actually afford to buy a camera for myself. I would love to buy one of the fancier cameras. You couldn't believe those gymnast moves I just pulled. Like, I would really, really like to get a better camera, because I know that my camera is only okay. It's still, like, you know, okay. It's a Logitech C920. But I would love to get one of those fancier, like, 4K ones, or even just a more modern, better quality 1080p one. Would still be better than this. I appreciate that his buddy just stood there and watched. His buddy was just standing there watching him get absolutely trashed by fire is what was going on. Not my problem. I don't know, maybe I gotta do more just chatting and, like, other content other than just gaming. I think that's one of my things I should do more of. I always get weird and nervous about that, because I don't know what I'd talk about or what I'd do, what I'd watch, you know, like, do I just sit there and react to videos like some people do? I do too, but I don't know what to fucking talk about. Sometimes I'm a very boring guy. I have my interests, but at the same time, does that drive conversation, you know? I mean, what do I talk about? And it's tough when you only have a couple of people talking at the same time. You know, 2 or 3, you don't necessarily have an entire stream's worth of conversation. People lurk, people disappear, people gotta go to bed because I'm on late. I know that's one of my biggest problems, is that I need to change my schedule and actually, like, when I started streaming, I would start at like 8 o'clock at night. 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night, and I would like to get back to that, but I gotta change my schedule to do that. I don't know, I gotta brainstorm some ideas and come up with some other things just to do. Just to try and draw some other people in. But anytime I, like, ask, like, a streamer for help, they don't have any ideas any better than me. One of them one time said, well, you gotta push content, and I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, streamers that say the word content like it's a fucking catchphrase, and it's just like, what does that even mean? Because this is content. I'm having a conversation, a good conversation about streaming and about, like, growth on Twitch and everything like that. Is that content? I don't know. Like, a lot of the times I forget to clip shit because I'm not, like, in the moment thinking about how cool or funny that moment was, and then later in the stream, or, like, later after stream, I don't think about that, or I'm, like, so tired that I didn't, like, clip it, and I don't want to go back and watch half the stream just to try and find this one moment that might or might not be an interesting clippable moment. You know, like, was some of the stuff that I was yelling about earlier about Star Wars, is that interesting? Would that have some kind of... Would that draw eyes? I don't know. Have sub-goals, a challenge? Yeah, I had those before, and they largely got ignored. Like, genuinely, they were almost exclusively ignored. Or not met. Also, I kind of like that my stream is pretty minimalist. Like, there's not a lot of shit that's, like, trying to bombard your eyes with attention. You know, all these different widgets, all these different plugins all over the place. There's some people that have so much shit that it's just, like, ADHD, either pleasure house or overload or overstimulation kind of stuff, and maybe that works for some people, but for me, I'm just like, there's so much that's on the screen there that it's tough. 50 subs, dump a bucket of ice on yourself. I wouldn't want to. Where would I do that? I'm not going to do that right here. I'd make a giant mess and ruin a bunch of shit. So it's like, it's got to be a realistic kind of goal. I don't want to do that where I'm not going to take you into my bathroom. My bathroom is dirty. I'm not going to clean my bathroom to spick and span so I can go into my bathroom and do a bucket challenge or something like that. I mean, I'm a single dude. I mean, it's not dirty, don't get me wrong. It's not fucking disgusting, but it's not like hotel clean. It's also a tiny-ass bathroom. I have a fucking tiny-ass bathroom. Like, when I'm sitting down taking a shit, I can extend out my legs and touch the other side of my bathroom. Right? Like, if I want to, I can stick out my little toes and put them on the wall opposite. It's a tiny-ass bathroom that I have. So, I don't know. It would be tough for me to even film that inside my bathroom, but I get your point. Yeah, in the bathroom it's safe, and that's where a good place to do it would be. Go fight Treesack first. But yeah, I constantly am wondering what I should do to try and draw in new eyes. To get people to, you know, come check out the channel or raid in or subscribe, gift subs. Give bits, whatever it is, you know, just to help out. You know, I always try with new alerts and stuff like that, but that only goes so far. I know, I don't expect any one person to be like some big oiler or some big whale that's gonna come in and fucking rescue me or something like that, right? I get that, you know, times are tough for a lot of people, including myself. It's not just me, right? It's everybody is... Like, well, most people. There are plenty of people that make a shit ton of money that do have the money to spare, but, you know... I do not have loads of those in my stream every single night. Like I said, I'm losing my Snap benefits in about 23 hours, 21 hours. All access to food is disappearing for me. I'm gonna be trying to survive on the generosity of a couple of food banks if I can. Like I got an appointment to go to a food bank next Thursday, week from today, just to go a little bit of shopping and maybe get some food if I can. I get like 10 minutes to go shopping there or something. I don't know how it works. They said just come on in and see what it's like and find out. And I was like, okay, yeah. Because I know it's probably not going to be changed next week. That stupid idiot situation is probably not going to be resolved by next week. And that's why I said one of the most important things and one of the best things that people can do is go out and tell your friends and ask them to come by and watch the show. That is definitely a free way for me to get better and to grow my stream, is to get more people that want to have friends to watch. This is one of many ways. I wonder if poison works on tree sack. I doubt it would. I don't think it's really necessary. I've tried to get a couple people to watch you, like my brother. I'm not sure it's worked, though. That's okay. I appreciate you saying that you've tried. Yeah, I've said it many times. It's cool. I get it. It doesn't always work. I don't expect it to always work, right? But it is nice when somebody's like, hey, yeah, such and such told me about your stream. You know, and they stop by. You always hope that they become a regular. Doesn't make any sense why I fucking take damage on that. Yeah, someday I'd love to make money like Barb does, or like fucking Orator does, or fucking some of those big streamers, you know. Fucking Kai Cenat making... I saw one dude, they kept on suggesting this one stream to me. I'm not going to say their name. But, you know, like their title was... We made it to 60,000 subs, and I'm like, I can't even fucking afford food, bro, and you got 60,000 subs. Just think about that. That's $180,000 a month just from subscriptions. That's not even including any of the donos or any of the, you know, biddies that might be donated their way. That was just raw subscription numbers. 60,000. And that's why I get confused about the Twitch algorithm and stuff like that, because it's like, how does that happen, but I can't get fucking, you know, 50 people to watch my show? It doesn't add up to me sometimes. Like, why that happens. It seems very unjust, and it seems like it's a problem with Twitch and not just me. No, you don't. You just try to fucking end this fight again. Motherfucker. I saw that shit. That's some trash right there. That's some fucking trash right there. That fucking 1-2. See, this is what bothers me, is this fucking enemy has such a fucking dog shit hitbox. It's so cringe. This is one of the fucking shittiest enemies in the entire game. And people don't talk about it enough, but this motherfucker is so trash. The fact that I had to go through that much trouble just simply to hit that fucking tree sack spot is bullshit. Complete bullshit. Fuck off. Not even looking at you. Piece of shit. That's why I always call him Tree Sack. It's a play on Treebeard, right? From Lord of the Rings, but, you know, because he's got a fucking, as you say, tree nuts. I call him Tree Sack. A lot of people call him tree something else. Tree balls? Sounds dumb. Tree sack sounds funny because sack is funny. Yeah, he's Tree Sack, you know? Like Treebeard, but like his evil brother. Well, one of these days, yeah, I think one of these days, something will pop off. I feel that a lot of the time, but then there's other days where I'm just like, what's going on? You know, there's other times I feel like they're suppressing my views because, you know, I've had giant see, this is what gets into my head about the conspiracy bullshit. Is like I've had massive raids. Like V-Sweds raided me a couple of times with absolutely massive numbers, right? And so I had like 800 people for a short time in my stream. And then, you know, like by the end of the night, it's like 100, 200 people or whatever it was. But then like most nights I'm like at 5 or 10. So is like Twitch coming in and like suppressing my views because they think I was botting, even though I've only ever had legit raids and only ever raided with like whoever's left from, you know, lurkers, etc. I really genuinely want to know the answer to that, because that's kind of how I feel sometimes. Because I've seen when I go to raid and it's like, oh, it says like 3 people. And I look at the user list, no offense to any of you, I never call anybody out or anything like that, but I see like the number says like 3 viewers are raiding, and so I like look and I see, and it's like there's like 9 people in the list. It's like, where is the disconnect here? There's like 6 people that aren't a part of the raid, so either they're actively clicking out and leaving, or Twitch is suppressing that number, and so I'm getting punished for absolutely nothing. Yeah, you can't say the word view in this. You can't say the word view, views, or viewer in this channel, Hunter. Bots use it to try and spam that stupid, like, cheap viewers on whatever. And then they always have that scam site that leads you to some scam bullshit. So I banned all of those words. So you can't use the word anything that, yeah. Just, it's nothing against you. But that's why you got auto-modded bonked right there, was because of the word views. I saw it. But that'll never get through because I don't want that shit. If I click allow on any of that stuff and then the bot thinks that that's a word that can be okay, and then all of a sudden the bots start coming back, it's just an easier way to get rid of it. The count is very messed up on Twitch, I know. I've seen it with other streamers too. It's not just me. I'm not just saying that it's like some conspiracy against Womp, right? This is not something that I think personally. But I've seen like fucking, when I watched Swed had like, Swed was front page and had like 1,200 people, right? In his channel or something like that. It was over 1,000, I know that for a fact. And when we raided over to somebody at the end of the night, it was like 300 people. No, I know. It was like 300 people that raided. It was like, where is the fucking disconnect there? It's like 900 people suddenly disappeared from Swed's stream. It was like, I think he raided with, I think it was 300 and something people. And he had like 1,200 watching him. He was front page. It didn't make any sense to me. And I felt bad for him because I'm like, okay, so it's not just me. I'm not just like in my own head. This is like confirmation to me that there's something going on. And I think it's because of that whole incident with, or the whole thing with the botting. You know, because I don't remember which one of the streamers it was, but there was some streamer, some big streamer that was like, oh yeah, I use bots. Right? Basically admitting and saying that if you don't use bots that you're doing yourself a disservice, which, okay, fine. That's your opinion. And I think after that, they've been coming hard after the view botting and everything like that. And I think it's really messing with the view counts, and especially with raids and stuff like that. I think it's really fucked with that. And I don't think they've corrected it and figured it out yet. I think people only watch certain streamers and they don't like watching anyone but that one streamer. There's certainly that. Yeah, I think that's really cringe when I hear that, when I saw that, and I was like, I'm glad I've never watched you. And I don't feel bad about saying that. I thought that was absolutely trash of that person to say. I was just like, wow. So your idea of success is artificially inflating your numbers, lying about the stuff, and that makes you popular and successful. Well, at least I know where you stand. And the thing that bothered me the most about that was, you know, fine, ViewBot, spend your money, fine, whatever. I don't agree with it at all, but it really hurts all of us small streamers that are out there struggling and grinding the real way, you know, that have 5, 10, 15, 20 viewers, 3 viewers, 1 viewer. So there's people out there doing it the wrong way, and then there's people like us that are out there grinding and struggling and trying to get a real audience with real connection. And like, where is the justice for us? Like, those kind of people, in my opinion, should be banned from Twitch forever. Like, if you were caught like that, I think you should be banned forever for that shit. Forever. I don't care who you are. I do not give one fuck who you are or who you think you are or who Twitch thinks you are. Because you're basically reaching into my pocket and taking money out of my... Because that could have been a viewer... Because somebody sees 5,000 people in their fucking channel and they're like, oh yeah, let's go watch them, right? Oh, this guy has 12,000 viewers and like 10,000 of them or 11,000 of them are fucking bullshit. You know? That could... But there's like 2,000 people that are there because they think that there's a lot of people watching it and it's hype. And they could have been watching somebody else. Find a new channel, find somebody new, not just necessarily me, but any of us. And I think it's basically reaching into other streamers' pockets and taking away their viewerships and their fucking views because you think you're entitled to have a fucking inflated view count. And again, I don't think there's anybody that I know. Have you tried streaming on TikTok? I'm currently live on YouTube. I've never done TikTok. I have the ability to do it. I can go download all this stuff. I just haven't. It's more moderation that I need to worry about and more other things, and it takes up more bandwidth. Every single time that I stream, every other stream that I do takes a little bit of my bandwidth, and I don't have, like, really good fiber internet. It's not available in my area. I have Comcast. I am at the absolute maximum that I can get out of my Comcast internet, and it is barely good enough for YouTube. I think if I added an additional stream like TikTok to my output, that it would tank my stream, and I wouldn't actually be able to. I like TikTok actually quite a bit. I think it's fucking fantastic. I love going on TikTok. I'm on TikTok like half a dozen times every day. Watching stupid videos from stupid people and getting news and everything else. It's all about what you collate. Like, you can go in and tell TikTok that you're not interested in this content, and it will actually stop sending that kind of content to you. Again, it'll tank my stream. I can't do it. I literally can't do it. Again, there's a certain amount of your bandwidth, your internet, that each individual stream uses. I'm not going to stop streaming to Twitch or to YouTube because YouTube gives me a permanent VOD, right? Twitch doesn't have that. You used to be able to put highlights and have unlimited highlights. And you could have literally unlimited, essentially unlimited storage. Everybody and their mother was taking advantage of that, but me. I had like 2 or 3 highlighted videos. Honestly, I should get rid of 1 or 2 of them. I have a couple of highlights on my page. But I didn't save and transfer them all into highlights so that everybody essentially just had free VODs forever. But like it's literally, I'm not going to stop YouTube because it's a permanent VOD that anybody can go and just watch on YouTube if they ever want to, because after 30 days, my VODs disappear on Twitch as an affiliate. You only get 60 days as a fucking partner even, right? So after 2 months, whatever cool thing that you did on, you know, Red Dead or Grand Theft Auto or Dark Souls, whatever, is gone. So I started streaming onto YouTube simply so that I had a way to save my VODs and not have to save onto my computer all the time, because I was saving. I have a 10 terabyte hard drive, I think it's 10 terabytes, that is full of VODs that I was trying to save and was going to eventually upload to YouTube, and I never got around to it. I should. I got to collate all of them. I got to look through, or curate all of them. I keep saying collate, but I mean kind of do too. I want to make sure that they're ones that I actually want to put out. You know, some of them are low quality. Some of them are like low energy and stuff like that. I've thought about going through and doing that, but that's a lot of extra work. You know, when I'm streaming 8 hours, plus I got all of my adulting shit that I got to do and I want to get some sleep, it's like, where do I find the time for that? I've started giving myself back a little bit of my time and like watching less streams because it gets me distracted and I don't do the things that I need to do to be better as a streamer and to do the things that I need to grow my stream. But there's still like, you know, I'm still going to watch some streams. I'm still going to be part of communities, of course, but so I don't know. It's struggling. Certain days in TikTok, the other, maybe. But then I'm robbing everybody of YouTube, and then I'm also not getting those VODs. If I don't stream onto YouTube, then that VOD disappears permanently. God damn it, I gotta pee. Well, the ads are about to run anyway, so perfect. I'm gonna go pee while the ads are running. I see that emote. That's funny. Sorry, this is the slowest run ever. I know that I am not playing nearly as much and I'm chatting a lot, but I'm completely okay with that. I hope you all understand if you are one of those just play the game streamer kind of people. I'm very chatty today. Yeah, I think I should try some just chatting some days. I think I do pretty well. I've thought about in fact, when the one and only 24-hour stream I did, I had a sub goal on that of, you know, if I get so many, I don't remember what it was like 100 or 200 or something like that. Some maybe number that I probably should have had smaller, but to have a just chatting stream, because I'd never done it before and I still haven't. Huh. He keeps following me now that he's seen me. That's fucking hilarious. That's actually kind of hilarious. That was a mistake. Knew it as soon as I drank it. Oh, that was a mistake too. That can be difficult, yeah. I did a couple. I have not been asked to do them again with a couple of the people that I did it with. I don't know why. It's tough because for some reason I have trouble when, like, I get on Discord calls. Sometimes I have problems with my audio with them and with everything sounding right. I think it's because of the routing, which I've asked several people to help me with, but there's no audio files that can assist me. And especially not for, like, just out of the kindness of their heart to try and get my everything working properly so that it doesn't have that problem. But I've had problems where I get on the Discord call and there's loud noises or feedback or whatever it happens to be that takes some time and effort and everything like that. I don't know. I'd love to collab with more people, but I also want to have it be good and for them to want to do it with me, right? Gotta go kill that crab so I can get that lingering ring. Motherfucker. The fuck off my goddamn ass. Stop it. I'm pissed. My own fucking fault, too. Oh, and I cleaned for like 5 minutes. I like to take my mind completely off of the bullshit that just happened. It's my own fault because I didn't equip the dagger, and then by the time that I realized what was going on, he was already on top of me, and you don't really have the ability to get away from those stupid things unless you perfectly time the rolls, which I was not doing, and so I was dead. It's another run wasted. It's another run wasted. I'm mad. Because I wasted 2+ hours of my fucking life. And one mistake just immediately costs you the run. Now I'm back to square one, and I don't really want to start another one tonight. But I also don't want to end at 5 hours. And I also don't want to really switch games. I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. And that is a trip. I already downloaded this. Sorry, I'm working on stuff. Downloaded this before. Alright, why didn't that work? I am trying to do something. Sorry, I'm working. I don't know if it's going to work. I don't even know if we'll do this tonight, but I'm going to try it. See if I can get it to work. So far, it hasn't. Running the wrong fucking app version. Here come ads, guys. Fucker, why do you do that? I put it here, you fuck. Didn't ask you to do it there. Oh well. Thanks, Trigon. So I'm trying to get a game working. Not working very well. I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, I tried. I don't know. I don't seem to be able to get it to work. At this point, I don't really feel like raiding or anything like that, so I'm just going to call it a night. I think. I can't get the game to work, so I don't know. We tried a couple of runs. I'm really just kind of pooped out and not really feeling very, like, socializing with somebody about what I did tonight. So. Check Discord to find out when I go live next. It'll be either tomorrow or Saturday, Friday or Saturday. I don't know. I might go to a party. I might not. I might stream after the party. I don't know. We'll try again with the Pyromancer run. I was trying to get a randomizer to work and it just wasn't working. I don't know if I would have run it tonight, but I was trying to get the randomizer to work, item and enemy randomizer, but it didn't seem to enjoy working, so. Oh well. For those of you that stopped by, thank you very much. And don't forget to click that follow button if you haven't already and you're new. And, yeah. Thank you all for being here. Have a good night.